Everybody, hi, welcome to my channel. Just keep swimming 1111. I hope you guys are all doing really good. So today we're going to be doing a big reading. It's going to be help through the transition of Rahu and Ketu, okay, which is the north node and the south node of the moon. Okay, for everyone that follows astrology, I'm sure you are all aware of the differences between tropical astrology and Vedic astrology. I'm going to kind of use an example for both. The only difference between the two really is that tropical astrology focuses on a sun sign, focuses on the sun's transitions and how it goes through the signs, and Vedic astrology goes through the stars. They don't focus on a sun sign. They focus more on the Lagna, or the rising sign, which is the ascendant. Okay, so both sides of astrology, whether it's tropical or Vedic astrology, you guys do know all about the ascendant by now and how important that is. I do think there's more focus on the sun sign when it comes to tropical though. So you guys are focused on the sign you're born under. As far as tropical, and many people grow up and you know your tropical sun sign. Everybody says, what are you? I'm a Cancer, or I'm a Sagittarius, or I'm an Aquarius. Everyone knows their sun sign since they're like 10 years old. They know their sun sign. So we all get a little taste of astrology even as kids. But as you're growing and as you're diving deep into astrology, you're going to find out that there's another side of astrology, which includes the moon sign, the rising sign, the ascendant, the Lagna, and your north node and your south node, as well as the other planets, okay? But the most important signs for people are the ascendant, okay? Even a little bit more so than the moon, because it's kind of your mission, you know? If you guys think about going on a space journey, you have a mission, and you're going to achieve the mission, and there's a lot of things along the way that happen, but there is one mission. And that is the ascendant. That is what's going on with you in your rising sign. Because you came here to show them who you are, become who you want to be. It's kind of your personality. It's kind of also how you look, how other people see you. So the ascendant is really important about your general existence here on this planet. You know, in a nutshell, how you're seen and how you interact with people. So that's a very important aspect to look at in astrology. And that's very, very, very important in Vedic astrology. Vedic sidereal astrology is to please look at your ascendant, and that is always placed in the first house. The sun sign is somewhere else in the chart, and we'll get into that in more days, but today we're focusing on the ascendant. The other important aspect to look at in astrology, especially with Vedic, is your moon sign. And again, this is something that tropical astrology just doesn't focus on. Again, their focus is on the sun sign, which is beautiful. And I have a lot of love there. But the focus on moon is underestimated and undervalued, I feel, in tropical astrology. I personally, maybe because I'm a Cancer ruled by the moon, I think even the moon sign is more important than the Lagna, than the rising ascendant. That's my opinion. I am, I speak for myself on that one, okay? But the moon sign to me is also very important. And in Vedic astrology, sidereal, there is a focus on the moon sign and its importance. And they really do focus on that because that represents your emotions and your thoughts. I mean, how important is that? Well, to someone like me, emotions and thought are extremely important. So to me, that is probably prominent. So when I do this astrology reading, we're going to go through in Vedic astrology. This is a North chart, North Indian chart for Vedic sidereal astrology. And I'm going to go based on the Ayanamsha version. I'm going to be focusing on specific aspects. But in this reading today, we're going to talk about Rahu and Ketu's transit and how it's going to affect you on your Lagna. And your Lagna is the first house. So I'm going to put a number 1 there. Okay, hopefully I'm even spelling it right. Okay, but your Lagna is the first house, okay, in Vedic astrology, and then it goes to the 2nd, the 3rd, 4th, and so on, okay? So we're going to talk about your Lagna, which is your ascendant, your rising, okay, and the moon. So I want you to, if you can, before we start this reading, check your chart and jot down on a piece of paper somewhere, whatever, what is your moon? Okay, mine is Pisces or Aries in tropical. And then check your rising. And put that down on paper. Mine is Saggy. Okay, and it is also a Capricorn in Trop. Okay, so you're going to want to have a little side note of your moon and your rising sign for this reading. If you know your partner's moon or rising sign, that would probably be very helpful too. So you guys could take notes along with this reading and just kind of see what your person's going to be going through and what you're going to be going through during this transition, okay? As you guys all know, currently Rahu and Ketu in Vedic astrology are in the sign of Gemini and Sagittarius. We've been there almost 18 months, okay? Literally almost like we're 2 to 3 weeks shy of 18 months. So it's been a very arduous climb at this time. We've been discovering ourselves. With Rahu there, we have been really going within ourselves to discover who we are and shine our light in the world. To kind of say, this is me, this is what I do. A lot of you guys have been getting into art, philosophy, singing, writing books, doing astrology, doing tarot, coming up with your own channel, painting, singing, acting, creating businesses. You know, what is your voice? What is your voice? And you've really been planning it and getting into it during this time. The world has been going through a lot of that too. Who are we as a people? Each country is going through a different phase, okay? And we are all brought together as one. And this would be because of Rahu. It comes to wreak havoc and then bring together before it leaves. So as a globe, we are all one. We are connecting more with each other than we ever have, sympathizing more for each other. We are still claiming who we are, which is like the borders, the walls, protection of your own people, protection of your own home and things like that. But we are also involving and bringing in other parties. That's very Gemini. Okay, Gemini wants to make friends, but Gemini is also protective of oneself. You see what I'm saying with that? And that's kind of what the globe's been going through. It's let's be family, but let's be safe, you know? And so we're going through a big transition thanks to COVID. A lot of diseases come through with Gemini and Sagittarius. About every 18, 19 years, you'll go back in history and see major worldwide diseases and breakouts and major issues and uproars and political drama, riots, etc. And that's what we've been going through because of Rahu and Gemini. It's a lot of public outcry. It's a lot of those dramatic performances. We all know Geminis can be dramatic. So it's a lot of drama, you know, even in the news and whatever. But then Ketu with Sagittarius, it's been a spiritual journey. And it's been about letting things go and going deeper and further in ourselves, as well as maybe deeper and further in travels than we've ever gone. There's a lot of people that have gone to different countries to help them in their aid. There's a lot of nurses that have traveled states to help other states in aid. There's a lot of healers coming out and being born. So a lot of you guys are going to be noticing there's a lot more holistic healing around the corner than you ever thought, right? You're driving down the street, oh look, a holistic healer. This has been popping up too the last 18, 19 months. People just coming out of the woodwork to help others and heal others, but there's also a lot of isolation. Again, that's because of the COVID thing, but it's also the transits. The reason we have COVID is because of Rahu in Gemini and the transits. So Ketu says recluse, pull back, hide back. So as you know, we've all been quarantined most of the time, it feels like, or just in isolation. Staying away from crowds, staying away from interacting with people. We've been purifying our home and our health, but we've also been purifying our spirit. Ketu has taught us to let things go. Let go of clutter in your house, let go of friends that don't serve you, let go of bad habits that don't serve you, and just let go of old ideals and patterns and karmic drama. So Ketu says drop off the bags so we can travel. Drop off the bags so we can go further into ourselves. So it's a lot of leaving behind for spirituality. So since he is in one of the moksha houses, the top 3, 1, 5, and 9, okay, that is the moksha, that is the pyramid, the triangle of spirituality and ascension. You're going to be noticing that you're letting a lot go, and you're letting go of old beliefs so you can ascend. All right, so that being said, we're going to move now into the transitions between the Lagnas, the ascendants, and your moon signs, okay? And the moon and the ascendant will all go in the first house, okay? And we'll just work our way down. I'll just put these here so you guys can see where yours is. Should have actually, I'm kind of a perfectionist here. Let me put that right where it should be. Okay. So first house is the most prominent. That's the Lagna. Make that bigger. Okay. Well, I am not an artist. Don't judge me, guys. I am not. Okay. So anyways, I guess we'll start with Aries. Aries, this transition right now is in your 3rd and 9th house. Whenever you look at the north node and south node of the moon, they're always going in reverse. They're always going in retrograde. So they don't go forward like the other planets. They go in retro, okay? So I just wanted to show you that. So you're going to have Rahu right now in your 3rd house, and Ketu here in Sagittarius. And that's where it's at now. So for an Aries rising person, I'll put here Aries moon, Aries rising person, okay? So if this is your moon or this is your rising, this is how it's going to affect you. You've been really going inside yourself. Like I said, just what we just described, this whole opening. And you've been letting go of drama in your life. You've been letting go of clutter. You've been letting go of old habits. You've been letting go of negative thinking. You've been letting go of possibly even grandparents. This is a grandfather. You might have lost a grandfather within the last 18 months. Okay? So you might have been through some grieving and some loss and stress. Okay? Now we're going to be transitioning over here into Scorpio and Taurus. Okay, so now your Ketu is going to be down here in Scorpio, and Rahu is up here in Taurus. Okay, so that's the transition that you're going through right now in your life. That's what you're going to be going through in September. Okay, in September, this is already happening. However, with transitions, it doesn't just start happening like this. Oh, we're September, blah, blah, blah. I guess we're transiting now. No, you're already feeling the transition. You're easing your way into it. This is like going from outside a cold pool into a cold pool, right? It's a transition period. About right now, you're halfway in. You guys ever get into a cold swimming pool and your stomach's in there just barely getting into the water and you're creeping lower and lower, trying to ease your body into the pool? You're halfway in, okay? So we are halfway into the cold pull. We are halfway into the transit. It is happening. You haven't fully submerged in it yet, but you're on your way. Come September, you will. And I should have checked. I think it's September 17th. Okay, but I know it's somewhere around there. 17th to 19th, I'm thinking somewhere between there. We're going to be in this whole transit. But right now, you're really getting into it. So here we go. We're moving into it. So for the Lagna or moon of Aries, you're coming into Scorpio, the 8th house, which talks about inheritance. Maybe because a grandfather had passed away or a loved one, parent, something like that. September 23rd, thank you so much, Nadia. Thank you. So as you're transitioning here into Scorpio, you're going to be coming into an inheritance. This might be because you lost somebody very close to you. You're going to be putting your name on a deed or a title, okay? This could be home ownership for you also, because this house does talk about ownership. But mostly ownership from inheritance. It's not something you just go out and purchase. It's something you inherited. In some cases, if you're renting to own, that can be kind of seen as an inheritance. Or if you're going in to buy something with somebody else, that can be seen as an inheritance as well. So you're going to be coming into owning something with someone or because of someone. So that's going to be a big transition in your life. You might be getting help from grandparents or in-laws, okay? This is also talking about divorce for some people. If you were married, this is a separation clearly, because the 8th house is about logistics, in-laws, and inheritance, and even loss of money and loss of finances. It is the house of the towers. It is the house of things coming down and being torn apart and reborn. Scorpio is all about that phoenix rising energy. So when there is a loss, there is a gain. And that's what this house is talking about. So it is also the house of death. And the reason also, you know, you guys know the house of death, Scorpio, the death card, major arcana. So this is the death card. So you're going to be moving into the death card energy. Okay, so you Lagna Moon Aries people are going through the death of your old self. Everything you once knew and once had and once were. You're shedding away your old skin. And this is not just, I'm going to change my hair color for the next 6 months. This is a complete overhaul of who you are, your belief system, your family unit. Okay, the way you do things and operate, the way you run your home, the way you eat, everything is just reformed and transformed is the right word. So yes, the 8th house is the house of transformation. So this could be also you guys coming from being married to not being married. It could be coming from being a big part of a family to a small family. For the Aries, Lagna, or Moon people, it could also mean that, and if you're an Aries sun, this might apply. I'm focusing on Vedic sidereal, but by all means, if this is really resonating with you and you're an Aries sun sign, so be it. I'm perfectly open to that. So anyways, you could also become an empty nester. This is when your child leaves home, right? They leave home, they move out, or maybe they're transitioning into college. Your children are leaving the nest. Your children may be getting married. Your children may be having children. It's just a big transformation for you. So you're going to maybe go back to school. Maybe you're going to start your own business. Maybe you're going to retire. Okay, all these things have a big impact on you. Also, maybe you're stepping up. If you're a child, if you're a teenager in this transition, you may have recently gone through the loss of a father, grandfather kind of energy, because the 9th house is male. It's a father or grandfather, okay? And this is kind of where you're like, I went through a big loss. I'm getting something from them, an inheritance. Or it could be that your grandparents are going to help you go to school. So maybe grandma, grandpa is going to help you learn. They're going to teach you. If you're a young teen going back to high school, maybe you're just leaving junior high and now going into high school. okay, for the Aries people. And your grandparents are going to be a big part of your life, or they're going to watch you more, okay? It could also be that you're going into puberty for those people that are teens. Notice the big transition. Aries, children going from, prepubescent children to a young man or a young woman, now going through puberty and transitioning into an adult. They're leaving a lot of their childhood behind and having to deal with kind of adult issues, especially physically, right? Because the first house, Aries, talks about physical. So you're physically going to be affected. And so you're going to be feeling different the way you look, okay? And that let's tap into that too with Aries. You're going through its transition of your life. However you looked to people before, you're not going to look that way anymore. Maybe you grew up, you always had blonde hair. Now you've totally gone brunette. Maybe you've always been 200 something pounds and you're going to go down to 150 pounds. Who are you? What happened, Aries? Just examples. Maybe you went from not being active to being really active into yoga or sports. And by the way, all Aries people love sports. It doesn't matter if you're a sports person or not. An Aries person will have always been involved in sports in some way in their youth or in their older years. Their parents put them into little leagues or volleyballs or soccers or baseballs or whatever, or they're really into it when they're older, but they've always been involved in it in some way. So there could be a re-involvement to get healthy. Maybe you're gonna pick up jogging, walking, yoga, stretches, you get my drift. Maybe a spin class. I mean, I don't know. I also feel you could be purchasing a piece of exercise equipment. Maybe it's just a yoga ball. Maybe it's an actual treadmill. Doesn't really matter. You're going to be purchasing health equipment to help you stay fit, more active, and transitioning. If you feel you are staying the same as you were before this transition, then there is something very wrong for this Aries. Maybe you don't resonate with Aries. Maybe you resonate more with the Pisces. But if you feel like you are not transitioning during this era in a completely new way, then I recommend you recheck your chart, your birth time, and see what Lagna and moon you really are. Because I just don't think that an Aries person would not change during this transit. So you're welcome to comment on the comments and let me know if this resonates for you or not. But anyways, you're going to be going through this huge transition, so great for you. Money could be gained, again, by assets. If it's not physical, like dollars, coins going into the bank, it could be that you're just inheriting real estate or property. If Mars is really heavy with your Scorpio, that's a lot of real estate. Mars shows real estate, especially within the 4th house or the 10th house, even the 8th and the 2nd. That would show some strong real estate investment and ownership for you. So moving into the spiritual side of things, Aries, you're going to be going down into the esoteric, hidden things, secret knowledge. These are going to be people that are going to be purchasing all kinds of spiritual things, crystals, books, anything to do with candle magic, witchcraft, crystal grids, ascension, meditation, yoga, anything about the devas, any information that can teach you and help you learn more about spirituality, you're going to be buying, getting, and learning from. Maybe purchasing things even just on, Amazon Prime. Maybe you're paying for movies or paying for subscriptions, maybe to Gaia. Whatever it is, but you're going to be really getting into the secret knowledge of things and really diving deep in your detective work by researching what is true and what is not true. Okay? Again, before I leave this area, divorce, marriage is going to be prominent here. If you're not going to divorce or you're not going to get married, but you are married, I do think that your marriage is going to go under a very big magnifying glass and scrutiny because things are going to change. The way the marriage works is going to change. Maybe you guys were always used to doing things a certain way. and you guys are revamping the way you do your relationship. But that's going to change. Big decisions are going to be made for married couples, and for single people, you're definitely on the hunt for a spouse. So for Aries rising or moon people, could a spouse be coming into your life during this transit? Yes, I do think so. I do think so. It depends on your other aspects, especially. And if you're going through a Saturn return or a Jupiter return or something like that, it's going to depend on that. But yes, I think that you could be going under contract for a marriage. Now, let's go look over here at Rahu for Aries people. Rahu Taurus. This is going to affect a lot of finances. As Ketu looks at, which is a direct approach, 7 houses from itself to Taurus, there is going to be a loss in finances. But with Rahu there may be a savings. So maybe you're going to lose a lot of money this year. This is death and taxes. I should have put that there. 8th house, death and taxes and marriage. But anyways, you know, I don't know if you guys know this fun little fact, but many years ago, maybe even hundreds of years ago, I'm not sure, the 8th house used to be the 7th house. It used to be the focused house of marriage and relationships. And the 7th house was about relationships with other people, family, friends, co-workers, the world. But they somehow blended that information into the 7th house and just made the 8th house death and taxes with a little bit of inheritance information. But I just wanted to set you up on that. This does have a lot to do with marriage. So anyways, there could be a loss of money because of child support or like an annulment, divorce lawyers. Whenever you pay your spousal support, things like that, that could be coming in. But with Rahu and Taurus, a lot of you guys could have a big gain, like some savings. Maybe your inheritance came in. Maybe you've had some money you've long been waiting on and it finally arrives. So there's some kind of money stashed away for the Aries and Moon people, whether it just comes in and you've been waiting, or it's just been gifted to you, or you've been wise. Yes?
My sister picked my spot, and right now I can't lay down.
Okay. His sister picked his spot. Give me a second, guys. Hi, sweetie. Okay, I'm back. So anyways, the 2nd house, it's obviously financial house. It is the house of Taurus, which is money. Money, 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 money. It's also the house of food, everything that supports you. Now, I'm going to touch on this slightly. Rahu and Taurus is going to be a lot of eating. Be careful, because I know Aries people want to take care of themselves in a better way here. A lot of you guys are wanting to lose weight here with this, but it could be a struggle and a tug of war if you're a foodie. Okay? So if you are a foodie or something comes into play like that, then you could gain weight instead of lose weight and really have a struggle. So for Aries, Moon, and Rising people, it could be a struggle for the next 18 months to keep the weight off and do whatever you're doing with your body. If you came in really thin and fit, you may be struggling right now with gaining weight and trying to get back to being thin and fit. I'm sure that happened with a lot of people through COVID. Isolation, it's a lot of eating, but some people did the turnaround. Some people lost weight during all of this, but it just depends who you are. But you know, this is the house of Ratatouille, guys. This is the house of Ratatouille because it's like the movie, the Disney movie. He loves to cook. He loves food. He loves fine food. And this is where you guys are going to find a new love for cooking. Okay? So a lot of my Aries moon or rising people, you're going to find new joy in cooking. Like chef stuff, real chef stuff. Chopping things up very finely, very differently. Maybe making a recipe book of your own. Maybe doing a digital online, you know, blog of all the different meals you've cooked. Maybe taking photography, because this is a photography here, of all the meals you've cooked in a very professional way. Maybe you're going to start a menu plan for your family, and you're going to start menu planning out for the week. Maybe you're going to start proportioning your food out every week, putting them in little containers and putting them in the fridge and getting organized. Again, revamping what you eat, revamping how you eat. So this is kind of what's going on here for the Aries moon people. It's like food. We're talking about food. Let's go be healthy. So yes, you guys are like, woo, all right. And some of you maybe don't want to be healthy. Maybe you want to indulge in rich food. This is indulging. So wines, fine, beautiful cheeses, exquisite fruit, maybe fruit you've never tried before from across the sea, making exquisite platters, making it look nice. Maybe you guys are going to start making bento boxes for your kids' school. I don't know. Hey, they do a good job when they make bento boxes. I've seen those things on TV. I have. So there's a lot of that, like, oh, I got to make that. Oh, I got to do that. So you're going to be very intrigued in making maybe your own sushi, maybe making your own Italiano, maybe, you know, getting products like an instant pot, excuse me, or an air dryer or fryer, something like that. Purchasing a new oven. New appliances are seen here. Purchases. So a lot of kitchen appliances are going to be purchased for Aries moon and rising people. It could also be that you're just purchasing dieting stuff. Maybe you're going to purchase those meal plans. Maybe you're going to purchase that fat burner drink or protein shake or whatever have you. You know what I mean? So really getting into that. So the stomach, the digestion, this is what goes in your mouth. I want you guys to picture this as a mouth. And this is the anus. Hey, you got to lighten things up a little bit. Come on, guys. Wake up. We're doing astrology. I know it's kind of boring, but mouth, anus. There you go. What goes in must go out, and that is the Rahu Ketu axis. So whatever's processing through Rahu is leaving out through Ketu. So like I said, a lot of weight gain or a lot of, you know, bulimia. I'm kidding. God, I hope you don't have bulimia. But anyways, on another note here, you are what you eat, so be careful. And, you know, okay, I'm going to touch in something just a little adult, just for 30 seconds here. Oral, okay? So lower oral, you know, using your mouth, using the sexual body parts. The 8th house is sexual organs. So yes, the vajayjay and the badonkadonk going on there, and Mr. Happy down there, those are definitely important for the Aries moon and rising signs. And some oral fixations. So hello. So you guys are going to be going there a lot, probably in the next 18 months. You know, okay, I'm moving on. I also am feeling like you guys are going to be working on your lips. I don't know what this means. What does this mean, Spirit? Working on their lips. I feel like lip plumpers, maybe Botox, maybe a machine that sucks your lips and makes them fuller. Maybe you're just going to work on makeup perfection, okay? Because Venus does rule this house of Taurus. So there's a lot of beautification. So I do see Aries people saying, hey, I want to learn how to do makeup better. I want to learn how to contour. I know I do. I want to learn how to contour, special eye makeup. I want to, you know, I want the lips to look better, fuller, the right colors and shades, possibly getting into some makeup palettes. I see a lot of deep eyes and deep lips from these houses because it's just deep. It's very serious. Maybe, hey, I'm not into it, but if you are, I don't care. Wigs could be a thing here. People may be really getting heavy into purchasing some kind of wigs or extensions or hair products that make your hair look fuller. A lot of fluff, a lot more thickness. Length is coming in here. So I don't see people wanting short hair. I see people growing it long. Okay, so that's what I see there. Moving into marriage again. With Rahu and Taurus, there's a very big desire for marriage. And Rahu and Taurus and the moon are friends. They're always wanting more. They're hungry for desire. So they get along great. And moon is exalted in the house of Taurus. Venus is exalted there, but more exalted in Leo. And the 7th house as well. But anyways, I just see so much marriage and children. So again, coming into a relationship is probably what Rahu wants to pull in for you. So if you're a single Aries, getting into a relationship may be happening over the next 18 months. If you've never dated before and you're a teen, it could be that you're getting interested into boys or girls, being what sex you are. So getting numbers, dating, talking, a lot of flirting. Think about the mouth, right? Lips, flirting. So there's a lot of flirting going on. A lot of chit chat, a lot of talk back and forth. Okay. I feel like a lot of you guys want to impress the opposite sex in some way. I feel like you're going to be looking for someone who's strong and steady and has a job. You're going to be interested in someone who has security. I don't see anyone dating anyone here that does not have a good career or a savings or a good credit score or has something going for them. I see pickiness. I also see player-player mentality. So for the Aries, hello, player-player, you might just be playing the field. Okay. A lot of people are going to be approaching you, especially if you have Venus in the 1st house. A lot of people are going to be approaching you, wanting to date you, wanting to talk to you, but you may have been experiencing some braveness in your own self where you feel brave enough to reach out to other people. So you want to reach out. You want to communicate. You want to talk. When Rahu goes into Taurus, there's something else you should be aware of. It's excessive cursing. Okay? You might be because let's say you have Venus in the 1st house. You might meet a spouse that cusses a lot. And when Venus is in the 1st house, they approach you, they ask you out because this is you. 1st house, that's you. So if you're a moon or an ascendant Aries, they're approaching you. And like I said, if you follow tropical and you want to use the focus of a sun sign, you're welcome to do that too if it resonates. But these Rahu Ketu wouldn't be in these houses if it was a sun. It'd change. So that's why I don't think it really counts. But if it does, that's good. So anyways, Aries people, I love you. I see that you're going to be some foodies. You're going to test out cooking. I see that you're going to be working on saving money. A lot of you guys are going to be getting into a bank account, a savings account, or wanting to open some account. You might be starting a new career project. You're going to be focusing on paying taxes if that's what you have to do. That's what's going to happen over the next 18 months. You may owe quite a bit of taxes. I also feel like you're going to have to work harder than you've ever worked before. You're putting your all into everything that you do. You're really putting your energy and physical body into projects and assignments and dedication to family and loved ones. I do feel that you're very family oriented. And I do feel like You're going to be focused on creating a safe environment for family and friends. You're going to be welcoming a lot of them to your house. There's going to be a lot of family interaction, even to the point where it feels a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe you're traveling to see family, maybe they're traveling to see you. But you're just going through that. So you might have recently done some travels to see family, or they're going to travel to see you very soon. So you're going to have some guests and visitors over the next 18 months coming to see you, Aries. Also, this could definitely be parents. This is a time where you're getting your parents' stuff organized. If they're elderly, you are helping them with their affairs. You're helping them with their taxes. You're helping them with the sale of their home or the purchase of one. You're helping them with their will. You're helping them with family matters. You're just really helping them. Maybe going grocery shopping for them for sure. Cooking for them. Just making sure they're okay. You might be hiring people to help them if you're too busy, but there's a great interest in that. There's also a great interest in your own little family. So whether you have children or grandchildren that you're very involved with, I see that you're going to be heavily involved in their education, but also caring for them, clothing, food, emotional support. These are some things that you're going to be really taking a lead on and really having to be responsible for. So I just see, like, look, this is daily necessities right here. Bare necessities, daily necessities. I've got to focus on the needs of those I love. Whatever it is they need to grow and flourish and be someone or be something, I am there to step up and support. So there's just a very big step up in responsibility. Saturn loves Taurus, and we are going through a Saturn transition as well. He's in Capricorn. So there's a lot of stability going on here. And I love that. I love that for you guys. 10 houses away is Saturn. It's about hard work, work ethic, dedication, responsibility, ingenuity, and structure. So you're really getting your home structured. A lot of you guys are going to be doing some labeling. A lot of you guys are going to be organization of the pantry, of the linen closets, of the garage, of the basement, you name it, the closet, the makeup drawer, your kids' lives. It is structure, structure, structure for these Aries rising moon people. If you don't have children, you're just structuring things in your own home. Maybe you have fur babies. You're structuring for them. If you do have fur babies, a lot of dog training is going to be coming in here. And so that's a big aspect of it as well. Cat training, possibly, whatever it be. I do feel like with the second house, this supports you. So again, what makes you live better and prosper better? Spirituality, go for it. Better food and diet, go for it. Family and friends, go for it. Those are the things that support you. So everything that supports the Aries, moon, and rising, this is your focus. This is what you're going to be involved with. So I just see very responsible, very smart. You're using your imagination and creativity. This is a time where it's activated to create, because this is all about creation. So Taurus does talk about beautifying. So, yourself, yes, but also your home, beautifying your exterior, interior. So painting the outside of your home, the interior of your home, remodeling, purchasing new furniture. I do see a lot of leather. So maybe you're going to be wearing leather leggings, leather jackets, leather boots, which is fall, anyways, but also leather in the home. So somebody may be interested in bringing a new leather item into their home, be it a leather chair, a leather couch, a leather ottoman, a leather bench for the bed, whatever this is. There's some kind of leather coming in, a very nice leather purse, jacket, wallet, you name it. I just see you going very natural. This is going to be beige tones, beige or neutrals. So neutrals can be gray, white, taupe, tan, Even green, I think, is very neutral, okay? Green, not bright lime green, but, you know, greens, you know, the sage greens, the forest greens. White is always neutral. It's just, it's a very clean look, very natural. I see you guys bringing a lot of nature indoors. By that, I mean the pictures you hang on the wall, the color schemes you have in your home, the plants you may have in your home is more real. Maybe you went from fake to real plants. You know, hey, good. You name it, guys. This is bringing nature indoors. So I see you guys focusing on that. Hiring a gardener is also what I see happening here, or working on a garden project. Starting your own garden for food purposes. I see a lot of basil here and tomatoes as a focus. I also feel, before we move on, you're really into healing your partner and their relationship with their parents. So if your partner has some drama in their family, I see you stepping up as a healer and saying, let me call mom, let me call dad, let me heal that relationship. Let me put in a good word for you. Let me invite them over. Let me smooth things out with you. Let's mend, you know, the differences between our families. Let's blend things. So a lot of family blending and burying the hatchet is going on. If that loved one's family has already passed on, I see ancestral altars. So maybe you're going to have a very nice altar with your lover's parents' pictures there. And you're going to be kind of communicating them on the other side. I'm communicating to them on the other side. So I see you just trying to kind of let them know that, you know, there needs to be a healing in the family. So I see you guys are going to be trying to help your family heal, or you're going to heal your family, but old wounds are going to be healed. There's going to be a lot of, we need to bring some things up to the surface and then bury them. With this Ketu in the 8th house, Scorpio, right? We've got to bury the hatchet. Let's bring it up, says Taurus. Let's deal with it. Let's fuck with it, and then let's bury it. And that's really what's happening. So coming to a conclusion with family drama is really prominent here for the Aries Lagna, which is ascendant, or moon people. Okay, so yes, I'm glad that you guys are finally going to have some sense made in your life. So now I'm going to do the cards, and we may not do all the 12 signs today because clearly I spent, Jesus, 47 minutes on Aries, but I'll get as far as I can. Maybe I'll do the first 3, and we'll just do this reading in parts, like a little series. If you guys like this transit reading and discussion, let me know in the comments, so I will continue to do that. If you think it's a bit much or confusing, please let me know, because I don't have to do this. I know a lot of you guys aren't heavy into astrology, so if you're not, that's okay. That's okay. Whew. Spirit, please guide me right now for the Aries, Ascendant, and Moon people. Help me see what is coming up for them in this Rahu Ketu transit, this North Node, South Node transit. What's happening for them? Show me what is going to come up for these Aries people. Okay. This is all from the cards. So bottom of the deck there, I'm starting to understand our connection. So for a lot of you Aries people, you're starting to understand why you were born here, why you were here, what you have to accomplish, the reason you have relationships with these people in your life. It's starting to make sense. You're getting a better handle on who you are. Aries, rising and moon. Rahu Ketu transit. Yes, I'm loving this. I'm loving this. I feel like this should be the other way. And I am going to turn it because I can, because I want to, because I'm the boss. I'm the boss. Wow. Okay. Well, that was popping out. I was going to pull him, but shit, I'm just going to pull him. So I have Queen of Swords and the Strength in reverse. This is giving up on someone who's been narcissistic and a liar. Giving up on someone who makes you feel like shit. giving up on someone who has hurt you. This is saying fuck you. Hey, I'm sorry, I gotta use my French. This is saying fuck you. You hurt me. You damaged me. You caused pain in my family. You caused pain in my heart. So guess what? Fuck you. I'm not on your team anymore. I'm not on your side anymore. One of the things with Aries rising or moon people is their teammates. Remember, Aries people are very sports-driven people. They love sports, but they're also competitive. But they are teammates. Aries people love to be the leader, but they are part of a team. This Aries energy is saying, fuck you, you're no longer a member of my family, you're no longer a member of my team. Get the fuck out. It's like, I caught you lying, I caught you red-handed, or I know who you are now. I'm starting to figure out the truth of our connection. Bottom of the deck, you and I were too young. There is an Aries energy here that says, you know what, I was too young and fucking naive to understand the depth of our connection. Now I do. I'm matured, I'm grown. We were just young and naive when we got in this relationship, and look what's here. Divorce. Didn't I tell you, based on this Rahu Ketu transit, okay, that I said there was going to be a divorce, maybe a marriage, a new marriage, a promising second marriage. But for a lot of Aries people, there's a separation. Like I said, if you're married for many years, you don't plan on a divorce, this doesn't affect you, okay? It doesn't affect you. If you are married, it just means there may have been talk about, I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you, and I'm tired of you pulling your shit. You better knock your shit off, or we're going to have a divorce. For a lot of you guys that are married, there might be some divorce talk, but I don't think it's going to happen, especially for people who have been married 25 plus years. I don't think it's going to happen. But for those of you that you know, are newly married or committed to someone in some way, I just see that this is the finalization and separation, you know? And for those of you that are even newly married, there may be some strife coming into the relationship. And people on the outside think, oh my God, look at Aries. They're so cute. They just got married on Valentine's. Oh my God. But inside, in the relationship, there's turmoil and there's drama. Nobody knows the pain and the stress that's going on inside the relationship. So like I said, there's either going to be a divorce, which is indicated here in the cards. By the way, with reciprocity, which is I'll pay you alimony, I'll pay you spousal support, child support, I'll pay the lawyer. Okay, that's indicated. But it's also, you're going to do shit differently because of the house of transformation and death and rebirth, right? 8th house. And then the second is pulling stuff in, pulling responsibility, you're going to pull your own weight. So there is going to be talk in a relationship saying, hey, you're going to pull your own weight. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong impression and you thought I was going to kiss your ass and do your laundry and cook for you and baby you like you're a little high schooler. Fuck that. No, you're married. You're going to step up. You're going to put some food into this house. You're going to put some love into this house. You're going to put some energy and work into this house. You are going to put some work into this shit. Why Saturn 10th house? Capricorn. All day long. And it's like, you better step up and be responsible. You're not going to spend money like it's water. You're not going to go on your fucking shopping sprees. You're not going to blow money out of your ass on gambling or smoking or drinking. Yeah, we're cutting that shit out. Rahu Taurus, right? Indulgence, letting it go. Problems, fixing problems. We're letting some of that shit go. So there's going to be a tug of war. There's going to be some strife for Aries, especially if you're married. Okay, so I just want to touch on that. If you're not married, I don't think that applies to you, but you might be going into contract with somebody that just got out of a divorce. So for Aries people, you're meeting somebody who is recently divorced. They are recently fresh and separated. Maybe they're literally getting a divorce when you meet them. Maybe you are, and you meet someone. Maybe they are literally fresh out of a divorce, or maybe it's just a commitment. Somewhere where they lived with someone, shared a key with someone, shared a family, whatever. You might come into contact with someone that is freshly on the market, Like within a week of you meeting them or knowing them, boom, they just got out of something. So you might be meeting somebody with some heavy drama. Aries, if you're single, you're getting out of drama. If you're a single Aries, you have recently let go of something or a situation that felt like it was the heaviest weight in the world on you. 10 of Wands burden. You finally gave it to God. You gave it to the universe. Jesus, it's hot. Thank you, Jesus. I'm going to put on the air conditioning. I'm freaking dying. Hang on, guys. Damn, you would think I live in Arizona or something. What in the hell? I don't know. What? Who had the heat on? Someone put the heat on. I don't know who in the hell just put the heat on, but don't do that. Okay. What in the hell? I want, Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. That no one does that. No. Somebody, some fool up in my house just put the heat on. I am dying. No wonder I'm sitting here like, damn, what is this? Freaking heat was on 73. Who in the, I need to figure this out. Hang on one second. Oh, hell no. Mariah, Daniel, did one of you guys put the heat on? Did you get a chair and put the heat on? You better not. You just better not. Okay, we'll watch your show. Put your hand on. I love you. No wonder Okay. I'm sorry. That just irritated me. I'm good now. I'm good. I don't know what in the hell. I'm good. Anyways, 73 and the heat on. Dear Lord Jesus, not in my house. No. Okay, moving on. Aries, obviously, this is you probably cutting somebody out of your life that was a burden. A lot of this is 99.9% a marriage or commitment. You pick 50-50. Marriage, commitment doesn't really matter to me. I am not one of those sticky stiflers that says it's not a marriage unless you have paper. But fuck that. I've known people that have been in relationships for 15 years, 25 years without paper. They own homes, they own cars, they pay each other's bills, they have children, they are involved in the in-laws' lives. That is a fucking marriage. So I'm sure 1,000 years ago, they didn't have fucking paper and people were still fucking married. So anyways, you pick whether you are legally bound or not. It is a commitment and a promise that you are going to be involved with somebody, whether you share a home or children or what have you. So I see that if you are single, you're recently letting go. Okay, and I do feel that moving into this transit, you're going to really be letting this person go permanently. Okay, I also feel that that person you're letting go owes you. So what this means for you in your astrological approach, for the Aries people, you have some good luck on your side. Okay, this is good luck. Scorpio, Book of Secrets. You could be fucking with a Scorpio. But, well, duh, you have Scorpio Ketu. Look at that. Right there. No wonder that's coming in. Okay, and there's Taurus, and there's fucking Taurus, and there's fucking Taurus. So, yeah, this is your transit. They owe you. They owe you. So, if you're going through a separation, maybe they have kept your kids from you. Guess what? Time to let you see your kids. Maybe they owe you child support and they haven't paid anything. Time to get that paid through taxes, right? Death and taxes. They're going to get a return? No, they're not. That check's going to you. Maybe they're recently married and their spouse wants them to keep their license, actually, and own a business, and they realize they can't do shit if they owe child support. There is no opening of a business license. There is no owning of a home. There is no owning of a car. There is no, you know, whatever inheritance that come with marriage and connection. You can't do shit unless you take care of the child support. So I do feel like there could be a, you know, hey, they're going to have to pay you in some way. So child support is coming in by Christmas. So by November, December, definitely look that you're going to be getting paid whatever you're owed back. Maybe it's restitution. Maybe it's I owe you money. I borrowed from you 5 years ago. I came into some money and now I'm going to pay you what I owe you. It looks like you're going to be coming into money. Thank you, Rahu. North Node. Cha-ching. Aries gets paid. Aries gets paid because Rahu's like, you owe me fucking, you do it. You better do it or you're going to pay. So there's this, you know, there's what do you call it? Repercussions for the things that you do. And that's really what's happening. So whether that's you, Taurus, Aries, or that's them, expect to get paid what you deserve. Because the North Node and South Node are making sure that you do. Let's move on here into your reading. This is resolution, 6 of Swords. So for the Aries people, you finally get resolution on a very difficult problem. A lot of you guys have been suffering. 5 of Pentacles in loss and abandonment, okay? Or just loss. This is grief, this is loss, this is God help me. Somebody help me. This is praying to the gods, praying to God in the universe and saying, would you step in? Would you step in and please help me with the struggles that I'm going through? This is depression, okay? So for a lot of you Aries people, you're leaving a depressive state and moving into a positive state because we have the Ace of Pentacles, a new beginning, a rebirth, okay? And with the 10 of Wands, it definitely is a rebirth. The 10 represents rebirth, but this is a very painful, heavy burden. It's a burden that's coming to an end. Thank the good Lord. But it's still a balancing act. It means it's not going to be easy. And look at that, 10 of Swords. Okay, 10-10. I think for a lot of my Aries people, you guys have been seeing the numbers 10-10. Okay, which is a mirroring, but it's just also a sign of a rebirth and a new beginning and a transition. So 10-10 is going to be the number for Aries, Moon, and Rising people. And it's no easy thing for you. Letting go of this person is heavy on your heart because it's literally a burden to juggle this around and deal with this. This is not something that is a piece of cake. Having to deal with an ex-spouse is not a piece of cake, especially if kids are involved. Kids are indicated here. We have a lot of 6s, so there's soulmate vibrations also. Having to have a divorce or a separation with a soulmate is extremely difficult and painful. So the fact that you still might have love for them and you're dealing with anger and animosity, 10 of Swords, is very painful to work with someone that doesn't want to work with you. So Aries, I see that you really want to work with someone on a happy note, but they're not fucking allowing you. They are giving you a brick wall and they are blocking the fuck out of you. Every time you want to say hi, be friends, give a smile, have a nice communication, your ex is like, fuck you, Aries. And you're just like, what the fuck is your problem? Can we not move on? Can we not just move the fuck on? Jesus, I didn't know that this separation had to fucking kill our friendship, right? Friendship here, 6 of Pentacles. You know, I thought this was I give a little, you give a little, you know? Why you got to be like that? Why you got to be so shady? So there's a lot of that going in here. For Aries people, I see a new beginning coming into a financial paradigm shift. For a lot of you guys, it's leaving a lack mentality behind, poverty, lack mentality, and stepping into abundance. You grew up with some kind of a poverty lack mentality, and now you're leaving that behind. Divorcing a paradigm. You're divorcing whoever you were back then, whatever your mom and dad raised you to be. You see things quite differently. You're learning the Akashic Records information about what has been and what will be. And so you're going to be getting what you deserve. A lot of you guys are going to be asking the universe for financial abundance. There's a lot of I am affirmations here at this card. This is my I am card, Ace of Pentacles. I am. This is bringing in money, bringing in pentacles, bringing in abundance. So I think that you guys might be attracting a Taurus or an earth sign in your life, be it a banker, be it a spouse, be it a friend, someone who's very grounded, and someone who's going to help you maintain your balance for the rest of your life. And so you're moving into stability, but you're also moving into a grief. Because letting go of someone that you really love is so fucking hard. And this is where I do have to talk about that death energy. This could be someone that loved to cook in your family. They're passing away. Someone that always cooked for you. Or, you know, it's very painful to let this person transition out. A lot of tears, a lot of grief. Whenever Ketu takes something from you, he gives something to you, which is this reciprocity. And I all of a sudden have heavy tears and emotion because of despair, burden. You really want resolution. Secretly they do too, but they're stubborn as fuck. There could be some problems with family members as well. During a funeral, I know there's always fucked up people that don't know how to act. Finding a balance for your life, your new life, is going to be hard, but it's going to happen. You came closer than anyone. You might have lost someone or be losing someone that you were closer to them than anybody. You guys had a very special connection. If it's not someone that you lost to a death, it's someone that you are letting go of through a separation or a divorce. You guys had a very close relationship, and it's just a very painful letting go. It's time for me to heal now, which is the painful new beginning. Okay? Painful new beginning. It's time. It's time to heal. Last, it was my fault, but I blamed you. So Aries people, a lot of you guys think whatever pain you're going through is your fault. But you were blaming the other person. So there's been a very big lesson in that. It's really taking responsibility. It's that Saturn in the 10th house affecting you. Even if it's not your fault, I think you're taking responsibility for it. And you're just like, you know what? You won't fucking pick up the ball. You won't take responsibility for a lot of what happened. I will. Or it's just fair, right? 50-50. You realize that part of the reason that this happened was your fault. And part of the reason was their fault. But you're at least taking responsibility. Okay? You're taking responsibility for your part in the issues. I'm ashamed of what I've said. Gossip. So I think you're kind of going back on your words, wishing you hadn't said some things you said. You know, bottom of the deck. I'm sick of pretending to be someone I'm not, wearing a mask. That's also a very big part of the Aries moon rising people. You're sick and tired of pretending to be someone you're not. And this is the gossip. Maybe you let people believe some way about you, and it's not who you are. Not anymore. Remember, you're going through a rebirth. Ketu, Scorpio. So this is moving on. Yeah, I'm moving on. I'm not that person. Sorry you guys all think that I am, but I'm not. Let's do the Sacred Traveler. Aries is coming out of whatever shadow they were living under and just saying, this is me. This is me now. I'm happy. I'm independent. I'm strong. I'm a force to be reckoned with. I've been to hell and back again. I've gone through fire. I've gone through rebirth. I've been scorned. I've been betrayed, but I've come back again, forgiving and healing. I've let my grudges go. I've let my burdens go. I've let my worries go. I've found balance in this madness. I have found balance because of this mess. I'm thankful for the connection that I had, and I realized that it was not meant to be forever. I'm willing to move on and heal now. Whatever I have to do, whatever I have to work on for myself, so be it. I'm prepared and I'm strong enough. Hit me with your best shot, universe. Hit me with your best shot. I got this. I got this with a heavy heart, but I still have got this. Oh, yeah. And look at your oracle that came out. By the way, bottom of the deck, uncovering treasure. Because for every down, there is an up. For every take, there is a give. This has all been a big learning lesson, but it's also been a blessing in disguise. And you're learning to look at the good in the situation, the treasure in the situation, because beneath the surface lies great bounty. So there's a great abundance of wealth, wealth as in a wealth of knowledge, experience, growth, financial support. Through the loss of a family member, you gain financial freedom. Not saying that that's important, but it certainly is a gift out of the dark. Through some very difficult periods, you found your strength, and you've honored it with grace and gratitude. Because through Aries gratitude, joy expands. And there may be some Asian descent in here. Or maybe you're involved with a lover that has an Asian descent. Or maybe the Asian energy here just represents Zen. Maybe you're decorating very Asian style. Maybe you're picking up on an Asian influence. Maybe there's just a spirit guide that is Asian that is bringing you that kind of energy. This very flowy feng shui energy. This very calming way of looking at things through an energy, not through physical eyes. And so there's this Zen that you find with grace and gratitude. You're very poised, delicate. I see again you guys taking very good care of yourselves, your hair, your eyes, your teeth, your body, your face, your skin, your home, your clothing. I see a minimalist approach. Maybe you guys are watching Marie Kondo with that show, Tidying Up on Netflix. I think that's what it is. Or maybe you're reading her book. But again, this is about grace and gratitude and poise. What I like about Marie Kondo, she always says, keep what brings you joy. And so she goes through these people's houses full of clutter. She throws all the crap everywhere and she's like, pick it up. When you hold this item, do you feel joy? And you have to say yes or no. Now for me, I would have a fuck ton of things that bring me joy. I really would. But I also have a shit ton of things that don't bring me joy. So that's how we can make decisions. So Marie Kondo is more like a Virgo energy. I wonder if she is a Virgo. She seems a fucking hell of a lot like a Virgo. Someone find out if Marie Kondo is a Virgo / Libra. Libra in tropical, Virgo in Vedic. Yep. That would be her. I don't give a shit. That is her. And I bet you if I did her chart, if that's not her sun sign, that's her rising. So maybe there's a birthday. There's something. I mean, she's 100% fucking Virgo or Libra. Libra tropical. She is 100 fucking percent. Marie Kondo. I'm going to look that up. Anyways, so I feel that there's just this reorganization of your life and getting rid of what doesn't serve you and what doesn't bring you joy. By the way, I opened the book October 9th. She's a fucking Libra. I fucking knew it. She's a Libra. She's a fucking Libra. I knew it. And that would make her barely a Virgo. Oh, she's a Virgo? Well, I know she's a Virgo Libra. There it is. She is a fucking Virgo Libra. I knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew it. See, I love it. Oh my God. I love astrology and I love zodiacs. I love it. Okay, there you go. See, you can see who people are based on their energy, and that is who the fuck she is. So you may be dealing with a Virgo Libra person. Anyways, when I opened the book, we got distant thunder, clear the air. Okay, distant thunder, clear the air. Look at little Miss Marie Kondo. I knew her little ass was the Virgo Libra. Her little fucking ass. She's so clean and OCD and sweet. And most Virgo people have a soft voice. A very soft voice. So yeah, like I said, sun, moon, rising, she's a fucking Libra Virgo. I know it. Whatever it is. So let's find your card, Grace and Gratitude. Let's do the Marie Kondo, what brings you joy? What brings you joy? Okay? Because we're getting rid of things that don't bring you joy. And this card says, through gratitude, joy expands, because the secret to expanding joy is to cherish the preciousness of life and everyone and everything around you. It's simple, easy, and so very powerful. Be grateful for as much as you can. Thankfulness is the modern day alchemy, and it can yield so much happiness and grace and peace beyond your imagination. The Sacred Traveler cards in this deck want you to know with this card, the secret to a remarkable and fulfilling journey is to allow gratitude to flood you at your very juncture. No matter what twists and turns are in the road, whether you are comfortable or uncomfortable, whether you are confident or unsure, no matter what you are experiencing, even if your challenges seem insurmountable, feeling graceful will ease any challenge. Replace darkness with your light and allow you to hear the chorus of the angels. Your entire life can transform when you take time to fully, deeply, and profoundly allow the grace of gratitude to fulfill you. I love it. So yeah, this is just like, I am so grateful for what I have. I'm sorry for what I've lost. That is a very sad day. It's a very sad memory. It's a very sad approach. But it's just like, I have been through hellfire. And I've seen what it is to lose and be sad and hurt and wounded. And I don't want to live there. I want to move on from here. I want to go in a new beginning. I know it's hard, but I'm going to let it go. I'm going to look deep inside myself. I'm going to study the secrets of the universe. I'm going to find my hidden potential and my hidden power. I'm going to give to others. I'm going to always be gracious. I'm going to always be thankful, and I'm never going to be selfish, and I'm never going to withhold. I'm going to be fair and loving and understanding, and I am finally going to let go of my grudges and frustrations and blame, and I'm just going to own my life. And for Aries, this is, I'm just going to own my fucking life. It's not everyone else's fault. The reason I have what I have is because of me. And whether that's a joyous thing or a sad thing, that's the point. And I think it's just taking that lesson and running with it. Let's get some outcome cards here for you. Whew, what a beauty. So I got a couple of them. You are my heart. So you're always going to love them. You're learning you can love them from a distance. You're finally making progress. Okay, you're finally moving forward. Okay, you're finally getting the ball rolling. You are feeling overwhelmed, 10 of Wands, right? But look, I'm on my way. Woo! Look, it went up and down, up and down. Okay, I'll always love you forever, but I'm ready to finally start healing this and moving on and away from this divorce. Maybe this separation happened 18 months ago or whatever, but it's like, I'm finally moving on. I'm on my way. It is very heavy. I have a lot on my plate. Yes, there's a lot to do, but I'm all right. I'm on my way. Bottom of the deck, twin flames. Aries, you have a twin flame on your path. Yes, you do. You have a twin flame on your path. Spirit knows just what's in store for you. Spirit wants to bless you through your transformation. Spirit has only good intentions for you. Remember, for everything that's taken away from you, something will be given. And that is the grace you're taking and the gratitude that you have. We have expansion. So you're expanding your horizons, making valuable connections. Making valuable connections between who you are and why you go through what you go through. Making valuable connections with the friends and family you want to connect with. You're now connecting with some very important gurus in your life. You might be coming into a relationship where a guru finds you, a teacher, a spiritual leader finds you.
Mom,
Mm-hmm.
this is Godzilla.
I know. He goes on your backpack.
This book that goes mine.
I know, that's cute.
Is
Yes. So anyways, you're definitely moving forward and someone's coming towards you. Bottom of the deck is setting the stage, building up to the perfect moment. So everything that you're going through, guys, all of this baloney, phony baloney, has been setting up the stage for the perfect moment. God has something big in store for you. Fate has something very big in store for you in this transition. Through this loss comes a great gain. And that's Rahu in Taurus, and I saved the best for last. Because when Rahu comes in Taurus, there is great abundance and pentacles. This could be one of the most auspicious times for you to get money, to get fame, okay? This could be a very big moment for you to have stability and create your wealth and create what you have on this earth. So this is a very big moment that you're pulling energy in. So this might be the stage that's being set. Also, pulling in that marriage, pulling in that long-term relationship. I see you. Yes, very nice. Bottom of the deck again is building, breaking ground, starting of something new. Okay? So you're going to be digging. You guys are starting something new. You're breaking ground. This is the busting through a whole new beginning. This transit for the Aries people is like, yeah, I'm coming out from the dead. I'm being risen again. I am getting out of being dead in the ground 6 feet under. I'm being rebirthed. I'm alive again. So this is just a huge transformation. True Phoenix energy. Phoenix may be a very strong message for you. We have closure, getting it over with. So you're finally closing the door on something that you just held on to. And honestly, for Aries people, you just couldn't let go of a relationship, be it friends, family, whatever, lover, you know what I mean? You just you hung on, and now you're ready to be vibrant. You're going to come alive again, making a difference, you know? You're going to show them that Aries is reborn. Aries may have looked like Aries was asleep, but Aries was not asleep. Aries is coming back to life. So anyways, that's what I see for Aries in this transformation, in this transition with the Rahu Ketu transit. So I hope that made sense for a lot of you guys. If you haven't experienced this yet, you will. For some people, this already started. Probably the last 30 days, it started happening for you. you started to notice some changes in yourself. But as Rahu and Ketu continue this transit, you're going to notice it more about yourself now, more now than ever before. Okay, so that is the Aries ascendant or moon, which is rising or moon signs. Okay. All right. So, now I'm going, I think I'll go backwards. How about that? Should I go backwards? Because I can go to Pisces and forward through that way, do it retro, kind of like Rahu and Ketu go, or I can go forwards clockwise. Which way do you guys want me to go? First person to message wins. First, because I'm probably only going to get to 2 today. OG Queen, you want me to go in order? Forwards. Okay. Then so be it. We're going to move on to Taurus. So this is not going to be for Taurus Sun. This is going to be for Taurus Moon or Taurus Rising people. Matthew, can you please leave?
Why?
Because you're being loud.
I am not.
Yes, you are.
I just want milk to take a nap.
I know, but I really need you to just stop.
I just want milk to take a nap.
Okay, well, okay. I'll be, give me a second and I will go get it for you, okay? So for you guys, the Rahu is going to be transitioning into your first house, okay? So I'm going to put here Rahu, which is the north node, okay? And Scorpio is going to be in your 7th house, which is Ketu. Okay. So this is going to be for a moon or a rising. This is going to be the first house. You put your moon or your rising in the first house per Vedic astrology. And so as you guys know a little bit of astrology, this is who you are. Your first house is your head, your brain, your mind, your face. This represents you, your body. This represents other people. 7th house. Your spouse, your lover, your marriage, your relationships with friends and family. So that represents other people. So what is the first things you notice here in a rising person? That would be Taurus. One is they want more of themselves. With a Rahu in the first house, it's I want more of me. I want more me time. I want to know more about who I am. I want to learn more about myself. I want to become who I'm supposed to be. Okay? And then Ketu down here in Scorpio for the 7th house is karma is making you give yourself away to the other person. So you're feeling a loss. Okay? You're feeling a big loss because you're having to kind of sell yourself short or give yourself away to other people, which is you have to give your time to them. You're going to be giving attention to them, not so much yourself. So there's a tug of war here, especially on the 1-7 axis, on who gets your time, who gets the importance of life here. Where is your focus? You don't know if you're going to focus on you or your relationship. And this transit is going to make you feel very confused because Rahu in the first house is confusion. Rahu is smoke and mirrors, clouds, illusion, confusion, frustration, fears, and anxiety. So there's going to be a lot of that going on with the Taurus moon or rising person per Vedic, okay? So you're going to be feeling extremely overwhelmed and very insecure and unsure about yourself. And I'll be back. Let me get the milk. Let's go. I know, he's cute.
Yeah.
You're cute too. Thank the good Lord it's cooling off in this house now. Okay. So, you know, excuse the sloppy writing, everybody. I am not gifted in handwriting. Thank God for computers, but, you know, whatever. I work with what I have. So, anyways. Okay, we were focusing on the tug of war. So for a Taurus rising person or moon, you're going to be going, this is transition, okay? You guys just left the 2nd and 8th house transition. So for Taurus rising and ascendant people, actually, never mind, you were on a different axis. It wasn't this way, it was this way for you. My bad. Let me just focus on what I have or I'm going to confuse the shit out of all of you. So for you guys, this transition that's going to be happening in September is where you're learning to just get a real good grip of who you are. Rahu wants you to learn about yourself. For a lot of you guys, you're going to be heavy into astrology. You are very heavily going to start researching your birth chart. You're going to look at it probably tropical and Vedic. You're going to be watching videos because Rahu represents media. You're going to be listening to videos and talks about these things of yourself, all new age things. You're going to be spending money on yourself or earning money yourself, meaning that you're going to start doing things for you, whether that's a new business, a new book, a new clothes, a new look. I see you spending money on your hair if you're a girl, you know, getting it straightened or getting it permed or getting it colored or getting it treated for health. This is like, you might be spending a lot of money on how you look. A lot of you guys are going to be going back to school. So there's a lot of teaching and learning. Okay. Oh, wow. Thank you so much for that beautiful comment about my voice is soothing. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So returning to school or learning is going to be something really big for you. You're also going to be rejecting your teachers because Rahu is a rebel. If you go back to school, I do think that you're not going to like the teachers you're learning under and you're going to think you're smarter than them. Again, this is an illusion. So you're just going to feel and think that you're smarter, but you're not. But that's just the illusion Rahu gives you, is that you're better than them, you're smarter than them. So there's going to be some frustration with learning. However, there's still that strong desire to learn. There's a desire to make more money, but there's going to be frustration because you actually have to work hard for it. And being that Capricorn is going to be in your 9th house, this puts spirituality at a high because Saturn's there, but it makes you work really, really, really hard to understand you spiritually. It's like I'm taking a class, I'm learning all of these things, but am I comprehending it? You could sit there in a 10-hour class and take notes and have a notebook full of information, but did it pierce your heart? And that's going to be the struggle. It's that I'm going and doing all of these things, but is it really penetrating? And so in order for it to really penetrate you to the deepest level, it's going to require extreme focus and hard work. So a lot of Taurus and Moon people, you're going to have to start meditating. And this is going to bug you because I sense a lot of impatience and stubbornness. And a lot of you are going to have to buckle down in spirituality right now and really take the time to sit there and meditate and ground and focus and breathe and do these mantras and calm your mind, your Rahu, before you can gather information. So a little trick that I can tell you that Raj Kapil taught me was, I think it was Raj, but you put your 2 thumbs in your eye socket right above your eyeball, okay? kind of like this, okay? And you push very, very hard. Actually, that wasn't Raj. My dad taught me that. It was how to get rid of migraines. It was an Asian technique. Okay, so that's where it came from. So anyways, you push your thumbs right in there like an acupuncture kind of thing above your eye socket, and you push it into the very tops of your eye socket above your eyeball, and you'll feel this little bump. It's like a blood vessel, a very protruded kind of ball type blood vessel right above your eyes, and you're going to just push firmly, not too firm, just firmly, and breathe in, and then release and let out. Hold your breath if you need to, but it gives an instant release of energy in your mind, like a clarity. I think that's the best way I could describe it. It gives relief to a migraine, but to someone that has a lot going on in their mind, it's an instant clarity. And it's a refreshing release of stress and anxiety. So do that a few times before your meditation. And then also, this is the one that Raj taught me. You're going to cover your eyes and your ears at the same time. So it's going to be kind of like this. You block your eyes and you plug your ears like this on your head. You just push your little ears closed with that little flap there. And you cover your eyes and you say okay? And let the travel. Don't do a quick that doesn't count. It never counts. It has to be a long traveling okay? And you do that until your breath runs out, basically. So you do the till you lose all your air. You're releasing, which is Shakti energy, which is feminine. You're releasing the feminine energy, which is very healing. When you breathe in, that's the masculine energy, taking in. Wait, no, Shakti is going in. Masculine is going out. Sorry, I got that reversed. So when you breathe out, that's masculine energy, which is creation. Okay? So let it go out. And when you breathe in, that's the feminine. That's the Shakti. So sorry I confused you there. I have a lot on my plate and my mind, and yeah, so I'm not perfect. Okay, Shakti comes in, masculine goes out. So anyways, you do that. You do the and you let it go out, which is masculine, which is stability. And so you're creating stability. And for people that have a Rahu, Ketu, 1-7 aspect from the 1st and 7th house only, this really affects you. And it has to be the 1st and the 7th house, because this is your brain and your mind, and this is other people. So you have to have balance between you and the world. And for people that have a Rahu Ketu axis, especially if there is a moon in one of these houses, you better work on it. For anyone that has a Rahu moon, this would probably be very beneficial for you. But anyways, if you do that and you calm yourself before a class, you're going to learn better. And you're going to have peace, and you won't feel so rebellious. Because what that does, if you guys notice when you're doing the you get the sense of that vibration in your brain. Do you guys feel it? It is a vibration. It's like this in your head. It's shaking it. And what it does is it's shaking your head, your brain, your mind. It's shaking Rahu and causing him to calm his ass down, okay? Because Rahu is like a wild puppy, man. He needs to calm his ass down and submit. And so you are having Rahu kind of submit to the authority of Ketu, which is things you already know. Spiritual energy, calmness, letting things go, letting go of the thoughts, letting go of the worries and the stress and the desires, letting go of the ego, right? So that's Ketu saying, calm your ass down, Rahu. So before you guys go into a class, I would recommend that. If you're going to school, if you're not going to school, say you're just going to work, this might also help you. Focus, because during this 18-month transit, you know, Rahu's really going to mess with your head. He is. And so if you don't want to have an 18 months of what the fuck is going on, you really need to practice your mantras. You really need to practice your meditation, and you really have to practice your grounding. And that's what Ketu's trying to teach you down here in this 7th axis, is how to calm the hell down in regards to relationships and working with other people. So once you're starting to kind of master your own mind and master your relationships, it becomes one. It becomes a little vibration. Because whenever Ketu and Rahu are in an axis, they have a little vibrational wave and they talk to each other. So they're always talking to each other, bouncing back and forth like satellites. And so you're going to be learning a lot about yourself. And you're going to be giving that information to other people. So this is where whatever you learn, you're going to start talking to other people about it. All of your secrets are going to start kind of coming out. And people are going to be surprised. You're going to be showing them a different side of you. I'm into astrology, or I'm into tarot, or I'm into this and that, or whatever. And people are like, whoa, I didn't know Taurus Moon, Taurus Rising was into that. I'm surprised at how much you're learning and how much you know and what you're all about. And so there's going to be so many people learning about you. So not only are you learning about you, they're learning about you too. And this is your lovers and your family. They're all learning about you. This is also a sad energy because for Taurus Moon and Rising people, you're going to be releasing relationships. Ketu is divorce or release and separation. Okay? So it's one or the other. One or the other. Divorce, release, or separation. Are they permanent? No. Some of them are, but some of them are just separations because they're separations. But there is going to be some separations between you and other people. And that's because as you grow spiritually, Taurus Moon Rising people, you're going to release relationships that don't serve you. Okay? Your best friend that's into drugs and sex, guess what? Doesn't serve you anymore. She's out. Your best friend that is into stupid things or, I don't know, partying or some kind of stupidity that you're not into. You're like, well, I don't want to be your friend anymore. Men or women that you're into, and you find out, you know, more about yourself and they're staying behind, they're not growing with you. Yeah, it's time for a breakup. It's time for a separation. I don't want to be with this person anymore. So for these Taurus Moon people, you're outgrowing. You're outgrowing some relationships. I say some because this is not all relationships. Now, what if you're a Taurus Moon or Rising person and your lover is a Scorpio? Good boy. So what if your lover is a Scorpio? Your husband, your wife, your significant other, or your best friend. Whew, you guys are going to be having some tough times. You are. This is going to try your relationship, your patience, your commitment. It's all going to be tested. Your commitments are going to undergo a spiritual journey. If you're already married to someone for a long time, you're going to be questioning marriage. Not just to that person, but marriage in general. You guys are going to be like, what is marriage? How does that affect me? When I'm married, I lose myself. Because I'm married, I can't be me. I'm tied to this person. Every decision I make goes through them. Every move that I make affects them. I'm not independent. And this is the struggle because you want to be independent, but you're not. You're tied. Ketu, wants to kind of sever that tie. So a lot of you guys might be tested because don't forget Saturn is over here in your 9th house in Cappy. Okay, so because Saturn's over there in your 9th house, all your spirituality is affected. Your marriage is affecting your spirituality. And your work, your career, your midhaven, your purpose is about being spiritual. It's about being a spiritual guru, a teacher, a spiritual leader. It's about achieving moksha. That's part of your purpose of why you were born here. And you're realizing that your relationship affects the status of your illumination and ascension. So, not for everybody, but for a lot of you, you will be going through some divorce and some separation because you're kind of realizing your spouse is holding you back. For some of you guys, it may just be something simple like, Steph, I really just want to take a little mini vacation for myself. I want to go away for 2 months, a month to Belize and work with the freaking manatees. Like, I just want to get away and go on a pilgrimage. So a lot of you guys are going to be going through maybe a Saturn return where you really want to go on a pilgrimage. And it's time. And you might be leaving your spouse behind for spirituality. For those of you that are married that still want to be tight in your marriage, you might just be putting marriage on the back burner. In essence, that's a separation, right? And you're going to be focusing more on your spirituality and yourself. You're going to be bombarded with a lot of spiritual information that's not true. There's going to be a lot of lies and temptations. So as you're going through this and you get these weird people that come join this sect, come to this church, come over here and try out this spirituality or try out this thing, be careful. There's a lot of temptation. Rahu and Ketu are the snake. So be careful for the temptation to get swayed in the wrong direction. The best thing for you to do, again, is just to get grounded and trust yourself. Ketu is what you know best. This is trusting a guru or teacher. And remember, you're not going to want to trust a guru or teacher. Whoops, yeah. But this is your past life knowledge. In your past life, you had a great teacher because this is other people. So in a past life, you knew someone very great. And it's time to trust them again. And if that is following the teachings of this person, that's fine. If it's a physical person, that's fine. But for you to stick with what you know is the best path. So for Taurus, rising and moon people, don't go off into a frenzy trying out this new thing and that new thing and that new thing and this new thing in spirituality. The answer is the tried path is the one to stay on. The one you know well, that's the one you stay on. The teacher or guru you've had, that's the one you follow. Don't get tempted with newness that you get off your track. So that's the answer for you in this moksha spirituality here. I think this is where you're going to ascend a lot more, is by being a student. And you might find some frustration with that, but really this is about being a student. So for you Taurus, hey, wait a minute, maybe you're part Aries, Taurus. Taurus people, yeah, student. So it's time to learn and it's time to grow and it's time to ascend, okay? So really it's about getting back to the basics. Getting back to the basics. I do feel that you're going to be meeting a past life soulmate or a past life teacher during this time. If you're single, you're going to meet a soulmate who most likely would be a Scorpio, Sun, Moon, Rising, or Venus. This person would be a soulmate, and it looks like you guys might come into contract at this time for a marriage, especially if Saturn is aspecting that, which it is. Saturn aspects 3, 7, and 10. So I think you definitely are going to feel that. Yeah, you're going to feel that. This is a time in your life during this transit where you're going to come into a relationship with a Scorpio person that is a soulmate for you. And I do think this person is going to help you grow and help you become more of who you need to be. So I think that this next relationship that you're going to be getting into, Taurus, is someone that's fruitful. Whether that's a son or a daughter or a best friend or a teacher or a lover, this person that's coming into your life is going to help you grow. Maybe you've already known this person. Maybe you're just now opening up to their teachings. But it's time to learn from this Scorpio person, especially if you have Jupiter in this house as well. That would be a husband or spouse, or, well, it's either a husband or a teacher for Jupiter, a guru. If you have Jupiter and Ketu there in the 7th house for a Taurus rising or moon person, then this is especially illuminated for you right now during this next 18 months. So again, coming into, like what I said for Aries people, inheritance is going to be a thing for you. This is coming into a contract, though. This is signing on to a marriage or signing off of a marriage. So again, a lot of those inheritance are either coming or leaving you. A lot of you guys may be signing away something of yours and saying you can have it. I'm giving you my boat. I'm giving you my house. I'm giving you whatever it is I have, I'm giving to you because I'm going on a pilgrimage. A lot of Taurus and Moon people are going to be giving things away to charity. So during this next 18 months, it's, here's some of my bedroom furniture. I'm leaving. Do you want it? Or I have clothes I'm giving away to the needy. I have books and things that I've read. Who can I give this to that could benefit from it? Passing down knowledge and stories also for older people. Giving people the wisdom and knowledge you have. And just passing down and passing on what you have and know, because you're letting go. You're letting go of so much in your life. Letting go of past life wounds also, and being reborn. So for a lot of you guys, you've been hurt by your spouses and it's time to let them go, the past. Whether it's old relationships, old marriages, family relationships and wounds. It's time for you to just do a burning ritual and just get rid of it. So yeah, so I'm just going to say that for Taurus, Moon, and Rising people, it's purge time. The purge is on. This is going to be one of the biggest purging you've ever experienced in your life. It's also going to be one of the biggest, most large growth areas you've ever experienced. Some of you guys may gain a little weight because Taurus is in the 1st house and Rahu's there. So Rahu makes everything bigger, a lot like Jupiter, right? But he explodes everything. So be careful what you eat. You don't want to explode, okay? Also, your temper is going to be bad. And I want you to know this because you should be aware. You should be aware that during this transition, your temper may flare off and you don't understand. So there's a lot of ups and downs with emotions here for you Taurus, Moon, and Rising people. There's going to be days where you're as cool as a cucumber, and there's going to be days you're a firecracker. So you're going to be going through these mood swings, all right? And people are going to be like, Taurus, what the actual fuck happened to you? You've been cool as a cucumber your whole life. No, what happened was Taurus suppressed all their emotions. And now let the floodgates open. There's no more suppression. So for a lot of Taurus, Moon, Rising, you're going to be letting those emotions out in all different kinds of ways. Tears, words, music, songs, the way you dress, the way you look, because this is the 1st house. You might be experimenting with a new look, expressing yourself, writing and expressing yourself, verbally going off on people and literally expressing yourself. But you guys are really going to let loose and let it all out. And other people are going to leave. If there's people leaving you, let them go. There's going to be some people that don't like the new Taurus. There's going to be some people that don't want anything to do with you. Whether they're just going to not want to hang out with you or leave the relationship altogether is yet to come. But they're not going to be that interested in the new Taurus, and that's okay. Do you? This is a time for you. Again, I do feel that this is the most spiritual growing time of your life. So for Taurus people, this is the time where you're going to grow more like what God intended. Your karma is really stepping forward. So you're going to be releasing a lot of your karma and the relationships with other people. Also, if you've been suppressing how you feel about other people, you might be talking about it now. You might be letting people know how you really feel about them. You might be letting your mom or dad know how you really feel about the way they raised you. You might be letting someone know how much you really love them or how you really just don't love them anymore. You might be talking about your feelings that were suppressed and why you feel that way, and finally getting some closure on your feelings. You're going to realize that things happen and sometimes it hurts, but sometimes it's for the best. So let's go ahead and look. What's happening with Taurus, moon, or rising people? Taurus, moon, and Taurus rising. Spirit, please guide me into a Taurus moon and a Taurus rising. Ooh. Besides the fact they are the most stubborn zodiac ever. Guys, my daughter's pretty much a triple Taurus. It's annoying. I know all about stubborn. Don't tell me you're not. I have Taurus in my home. My first love was a Taurus. I know all about that. I know all about Taurus people. You guys are going to be really working on your chef skills too, you know, for yourself, cooking for yourself. There's some selfishness that's going to happen with the Taurus. Selfishness. Yep. It's just a time for Taurus, and I just see you being a little selfish. Not because you're stingy, like you're not going to buy things for other people, because I think you'll always be a good gift giver. And you're obviously giving a lot of your things away. But selfish in the fact that you're going to spend damn well the money you work for on yourself, and no one's going to have a word to say about it. I don't care if it's $500 a month. It's going to you. A lot of you Taurus people are going to pick the car you want, the job you want, the clothes you want, the house you want. No one's going to say shit. And if they get in your way, watch out. The bull's coming for you. And so, again, your attitude and your temper, your ego is going to be a little bit high during the next 18 months. I'm just letting you know. I'm letting you get up on this knowledge early. Your ego is going to be high. And if you want to tone that down a bit, you want to balance that a bit, you know what to do. Ground, meditate, and release. Just know that you're going to be hot-headed and just expect it, you know what I mean? And know that you got to work with it, okay? So just work with yourself. You know how you want to be. You know how you want to be. So I'm sure you can handle it. Okay. Spirit, please guide me into a message for the Taurus moon and rising ascendants. Wow, okay. Closely related to Aries energy. You came closer to me than anyone. Okay. I know I messed up everything. I wish I had treated you better. Wow, it was my fault, but I blamed you. Guys, these two cards, and even this one, have a lot to do with Aries reading that I just did. You guys are very much cusping or just extremely closely involved with Aries energy somehow. You probably are an Aries in tropical, which is why it's connecting so much. But you're going through some very, very, very similar energies as Aries. And it's all about this rebirth, this transformation, right? Coming out of an era. Bottom of the deck, I wonder if you are happy without me. So there's a lot of sadness here. Regrets. blame. I think you feel really guilty. There's just a lot of Taurus energy here that feels very, very guilty about something that you've done or a part you had to play in a very sad situation. And I feel like you just wish things would have been different, and you wish things could have been better. Maybe you're reevaluating your relationships, and with Rahu and the Ketu axis, yes, I do see reevaluating your relationships, because your relationships are somewhat of a focus, but not as much as you. This may be a time for Taurus people that you guys are taking responsibility for your part in relationships that you've had. This is where you're looking back at your life and saying, I got with this person and this shit happened, and it happened because I allowed it, or because I went in blindly and I knew, or, you know, my relationships are sucking because I have attitude and I suppress my emotions and I don't talk about it. So my relationships are struggling because I don't open up. And I was blaming them, but really it's me. And so it's that acknowledgement. But remember, Rahu brings illusion and fear and smoke and mirrors. You don't want to become in too much of a depressive state. And because Rahu is fucking with your first house in this transition, you might be really going into a depressive state, kind of a little emo energy here. Spirit, please guide me to a Taurus, moon, and rising energy. Please guide me to a Taurus, moon, and rising energy. Talk about this message. The Chariot. Cleanse. Ace of Cups. All upwards, all upright. Yes, yes. The Hanged Man. Retrospection. Yes. That's beautiful, good energy. Bottom of the deck, Six of Swords. Resolution. I love it. Things are finally making sense, Taurus. Look, don't let Rahu fuck with you so much and make you get into this I hate myself energy, because this is kind of what this is. I hate myself. I hate my life. I've caused breakups in my life. I've caused problems in my relationships. Oh, what's wrong with me? This is all Rahu just totally fucking with you, Taurus. Let me put that up here. I erased it. Okay. Rahu is illusion, smoke, and mirrors. He is also, yes, making a bigger deal out of something that's not. So for Taurus people, moon and rising, watch out. You might very well be making a mountain out of a molehill. Seriously. You might accidentally turn a fight into a divorce, or a disagreement into a breakup, or a misunderstanding into a blocking of someone. You might be misinterpreting information that you're getting from other people, and this may be pushing people away. I'm also getting the feeling that for you Taurus people, especially the ones that have some Gemini influence, you talk too much or you depend too much on other people. And your karma is to push them away now. And you're supposed to be pushing them away so you could focus on yourself. For the young teens or younger people that are Taurus energy, this means this. Stop overdoing it and spending way too much way too much time with your friends. Okay? Like, don't go from 0 to 60. Don't go from not having friends around to having friends around every day of the week. Don't go from talking to friends 2 hours a day to spending 6 hours a day on the phone with your friends. Okay? This is for those young teens out there. For adult Tauruses, this is, don't spend so much time out with your spouse and other people to where you leave no time for yourself. You've met those men and women, right? I got to go to dinner with my spouse. We got to go over here with my spouse. We're going to go hiking. We're going to go on a drive. We're going to go spend all this time. Right? We're going to spend all this time with my spouse and my friends, right? I'm going to give so much time to them. No, this is the time where you stop. This is the time that you focus on yourself, your monad, your oneness. There has to be balance. Rahu and Ketu need balance. You cannot give your all, which Ketu down there is you giving your all to others. Now is the time to take for yourself. But the balance must still stick, because I'm sure you still want those relationships. You still want that relationship with your spouse and your kids and your friends. So they're teaching you about balance. There's a Chariot, a Cancer in your life that is probably your best friend or has come closer to you and knowing you than anybody else. So this person knows you better than anybody. And you should trust that person and follow that person and kind of go with the flow with that person. Let that person help guide you and your emotions. Because this Chariot for me is emotional support. So there's someone that has a Cancer aspect for you, and they're your emotional support. And they really are wise and very intuitive, and they're going to help you be victorious to overcome these crazy emotions that you're going to be going through. This blame game, I know I messed everything up, is bullshit. No, you did not mess everything up. Quit telling yourself that. Quit thinking that. Quit speaking that onto yourself. Quit blaming yourself. No. You went through what you went through because it was the right lesson at the right time in divine time. It was your path. And you went through it for your growth. You need to purge and cleanse that blame on yourself. It's not your fault. You did not do something wrong is what has to be purged. You did not do something wrong. You did something right. You went through a very tough period so you could grow. And this, I wish I had treated you better. Maybe that's so. Maybe you could have treated others better, but you get a second chance. Ace of Cups. There's going to be a very big healing and blessed energy onto those relationships that were damaged during a very rough period for Taurus. In fact, they already fucking forgave you. So Taurus, I don't know who you are and where you are, moon rising people, but this person, Cancer energy again, already fucking forgave you. They love you, forgave you, already did that when it happened, like immediately. They're ready for a new beginning with you, Ace of Cups. They would like a fresh start and another chance. They're ready to move forward into a new beginning with you, and they have a full heart of love and forgiveness and happiness and joy to share with you. It's also about you getting over your past relationships, the ones that maybe were shitty. We all have shitty past relationships, and welcome to a new relationship. For a lot of you Taurus, moon, and rising people, you might be getting involved into a relationship with a Cancer or Cancerian, okay? Possibly a Pisces. We also have the Six of Swords over here, bottom of the deck, which is bottom line resolution. The bottom line, it's about moving on. Getting over a rough period and moving on. So bottom line, you guys are getting over a very difficult time. It's over. It's done. We're not going to look back. We're going to move forward into a beautiful new beginning. There is a new relationship waiting for you, Ace of Cups. This is a time for Taurus to, yes, come into a new relationship. A lot of you, like I said, leaving a bad relationship, getting into a new one. For those of you that are in the midst of a relationship like that, it's about the divorce, the finalization, the separation between you and a spouse or partner that you're committed to, that you're breaking up with. And you feel really bad, but you have to move on. Don't feel bad. Whatever happened in this breakup happened for a reason. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Heal and move on. A new relationship is coming in for you. For those of you that already had just a separation or breakup with somebody that you love dearly, there could be a resolution with you and that person. There could be a separation for a short period of time, 6 months or less, maybe a little more, let's just say a year or less, something like that. And you guys are going to be moving forward into a reconciliation during this transition for the next 18 months or so. So we're talking the Rahu Ketu transit for September, okay? So there is a rebirth and a reconciliation for you and this person. For others of you, it's just leaving them behind, period, and meeting someone else. But relationships are at hand for Taurus. It looks to me like Venus and Rahu work very well together, and they really do want to bring in a relationship for you. So Taurus, whether you're a teen, this might be your first relationship, or whether you are older, this could be your last relationship. But you're coming into a relationship that is meaningful and fated, especially if it's a Scorpio. We talked about that, 7th house. Soulmate vibrations. With the Hanged Man over here underneath, it was my fault, but I blamed you. You better turn your shit around. There has to be some kind of a transformation on that. When Jennifer Connelly in The Labyrinth always blamed her parents for every problem she had and blamed her little brother for every problem she had, it was ridiculous. And this is finally waking up. So this is you or someone you love finally waking up. Personally, I think it's you, but it could be someone you love. But whoever was saying, it's all your fault, it is all you, no, it's not. Wake up. Jennifer Connelly in The Labyrinth learned a very important lesson. Life isn't always fair. That what she thought was reverse. She was being inconsiderate and selfish. And she was not looking at the glass half full or the shoe on the other foot in that person's eyes. So her little brother did not ask to be born. He did not ask for anything. He was given his life. It doesn't work. And for her to blame. Bye, sweetie.
Mom.
What?
See who?
No, she's going. And go potty if you need to go potty. Sorry, my daughter's leaving. So she was a very selfish teenager, and her dad got remarried after her mom died. And so she was really upset at the stepmom for even existing in their lives. Everything that happened to her, she just blamed on her dad being remarried. And any problems she had with babysitting her little brother, she just blamed him. And she was just like, you know, I hate this life. I hate everything. I wish the Goblin King would come and take you away.
Fix it for me.
I did.
How?
Okay.
How do you do that?
Because I'm magic. Now go on. Close the door.
How magic?
I put a clip on it. Now go on.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So anyways, she finally woke up in the labyrinth because the Goblin King, David Bowie, showed her a whole new world where everything was reverse. Everything you think is what it isn't. And when you go right, you go left. And, you know, sometimes the way forward is the way back. And it's like, what? This is crazy. This is timey-wimey, upsy-downsy. You know, this is craziness. But in that crazy world is when everything made sense. And ironically, you're going into a crazy world. This is the labyrinth. Your mind with Rahu is the labyrinth. And it is a crazy world because Rahu is crazy.
Mom.
Yeah. You look very cute.
Mommy,
What?
please give me an movie.
Oh, okay. I'll be right back, guys.
They look quick, Anna.
Uh-huh.
Mom, I love you.
I love you too. Okay, I'm back. So, anyways, the labyrinth with Rahu, right? So you're going to be going through this time period of learning so much about who you are, who other people are to you. Be careful. Yeah, there's going to be some things that are not fair. There's going to be some wrongs in your life. But after you get out of this transition, you're going to learn so much about who you are, and your world is going to be right. Your world is going to be right again. So this transition is about you correcting bad behaviors, correcting mistakes, seeing the good in all of the lessons learned, learning that you were not to blame for everything, learning to find peace with what is. The serenity prayer is going to be very important for Taurus people. Okay, so letting go of your expectations. So this is good. So it looks like you guys had some lofty goals. So before you got into this transition, your goals were really high. And during this transit, which is starting in September, but you're already feeling the effects now, you're not going to expect so much from people. You're letting some of that just go. Letting bygones be bygones. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. You're still very competitive. You still want a lot for yourself this go around. Okay, because this is selfishness. I mean, in a nutshell, Rahu and Taurus in the first house is selfishness, but for good reason. It's for stability, because I think you are giving too much of yourself away. So this is a time to love yourself and have some healthy boundaries and respect for yourself. So I just see that you're going to change the way you have relationships, and there is a new relationship coming in, but the path to righteousness, the path to rebirth, is being determined enough to love yourself and be strong enough to continue learning without being like having an over ego. We talked about you being the student. So yes, it's about you being the student, and this is going to be frustrating for you because you feel like you want to be more the teacher than the student, but this is not that time. This is a time for you to be the student and just to put on that backpack, go down this path, learn all you can, because you're gathering the tools you need for this journey and getting over pride and ego and getting over frustration and getting over fear and depression, and just accepting what is. Again, the serenity prayer is really important for you. With the Three of Wands in reverse, I feel like you're not the captain of your own ship. I feel like you are that student. You are being led. You are being guided on a ship. And this may frustrate you because, yeah, you want to, that Aries energy, right? You want to be the badass captain. But this is more taking a step back and listening. Again, when Jennifer Connelly in The Labyrinth went in here, She went in thinking she was the know-it-all and she could do it by herself. But she didn't do it by herself. She did it with Pluto, and she did it with, I forgot the other characters' names.
I love you.
I love you too. Hoggle, Pluto, and the little guy on the dog, like a horse, the sheepdog. So anyway, she followed their lead. She learned from them, and she was trusting them along the path so she could get to the Goblin Castle. And at the end, she was able to do it by herself. If you guys remember that movie, at the end, after she got through the labyrinth with the help of her friends, learning so much along the way, she was able to say, this is the part that I have to do it by myself. And she went up to the top of the Goblin Castle, and there was the Goblin King, and he was saying, just bow down to me, worship me, and I'll give you everything you desire. You know, just love me, worship me, and whatever it is you want, I'll give you. Which is kind of like a deal with the devil, right? Honestly. But she said, you know, you have no power over me. And he was like, stop, don't say it. And then she was like, but you have no power over me. She thought he had power over her this whole time. The power to turn time, the power to do everything. But she realized, you have no power over me. And I think the message here for Taurus, Moon, and Rising people is that your relationships, your spouse, your friends, your family, they don't have a say in what goes on in your fucking life. This is your life. Minus if you're a teen and you still live with your mother. Yes, they have a say. Your mom has a say with what's in your life. But I'm talking about adults. Those people do not get to tell you what you get to do with your life. Don't let them. And that was the illusion and power that Rahu wants to show you, is they have no power over you. And so Rahu's showing you in this transit that you thought things were the way they were and people had the power they had, and they fucking don't. For the wives that are married to a husband that's over controlling, over manipulative, everything he says goes, wrong. This is the transit where you say to that husband, no, you don't. No, you don't. I want this and I want that and I'm going to do it. And you have no power over me. There's nothing that you can do to make me stop or change my mind. This is all me. I'm the captain of my ship. So you're getting back control of your life. To those husbands that are submissive to their wives, and their wives rule the paycheck, their wives rule the bank, their wives rule what they do with their lives. Their wives are like, we're having a Christmas party tonight, so you better get ready. The wives who are like, take so-and-so to baseball and this and that. I'm going to yoga. The wives that tell the husbands, go shopping and make dinner because I'll be home late. Those wives that affect the husband in so many ways, where he has lost his manhood and his balls, is the time where he says, no, the fuck no. We are a team, but you're not going to tell me what to do with my life. You know, I'm going to invest in this property, or I'm going to go to this place tonight, or I'm inviting so-and-so over, or we're getting counseling, or I'm cutting up the credit card. You know, this is that husband putting his foot down, saying, I'm sorry, I thought I let you have control over me. I was fucking wrong. Or to someone that's in a karmic relationship and it was going, and they were just putting on a mask, pretending to be someone they're not, and letting that karmic person rule their lives, make their every move, tell them who and when they can go and talk to who they can and when they can, and blah, blah, blah. It's that person finally saying to the karmic, it's over. It's over. I'm sorry I gave you power when I shouldn't have. You have no power over me. It's over. It's a breakup. It's a divorce. It's a separation. It's that energy as well. And it's just, you don't have power over me anymore. It's to the person that was obsessing over a relationship. thinking that if they didn't achieve that relationship, their life meant nothing. If they didn't fix a relationship, where would they be? What would they have? It's that person waking up and realizing, boy, was I wrong. Boy, was I in a bad state of mind. I finally found myself again. For the Taurus moon and rising people, this is your last stand. You're not going to give up on yourself. You almost got defeated. You almost completely lost all your power. You almost completely let yourself go. For some of you guys battling depression, you almost really lost yourself there. But this is time for the comeback. You're not falling to temptation anymore. You're not falling under people's wings anymore. You're moving on. Six of Swords, resolution. You're not allowing that negativity and bad behavior in your life anymore. And if you are the one causing any of that, you're not allowing yourself to do that anymore either. Spirit, give me a message for the Taurus moon and rising people. Wow. New growth. Bottom of the deck, blocked. Move on, find another way. And it's that Ketu separation blocked. You're blocking people from abusing you. Ketu 7th house. You're blocking people from fucking with you. You're breaking up with people that don't need to be in your life anymore. And you're standing up for yourself. And you're just saying that pathway to me is no longer existent. You no longer have access to me the way you thought you did. So we have new growth actually seeing results. Whew. So for a lot of you Taurus moon rising people, you're going to be blocking people. If you haven't started blocking friends and family or lovers already, watch. Over the next 18 months, you're going to be blocking them from your phone. They will be denied access to you. Okay, plain and simple. Denied access. You're claiming your independence. Look what's under that. Independence, striking out on your own. See? So for a lot of you Taurus people, it's just, I'm independent of myself. I'm taking care of myself. I'm loving myself. A little selfishness goes a long way. You're just stepping out of people's control, stepping out of their mind control that you thought they had on you. You're finally waking up and realizing the people that had control over you just don't. Okay? So this is a new day for Taurus. Out on your own. It's a little hard, but you're ready. You're ready for the new. The new is coming in. Spirit, show me more for Taurus moon. Oh, this is good. This is really good. I'm ashamed of what I've said. Gossip. So again, Taurus, you may have some guilt because maybe you've told people more information about yourself than you wanted to share. You know, you kind of stop being friends with those people that know the deepest, darkest secrets about you. Yikes. Now they're your enemies, right? You're like, God dang it. I wish I didn't tell that person everything I did. And I've done it. I've put my foot in my mouth many a times, even publicly on my channel. I've put my foot in my mouth. And that's okay. We learn from that. We really do. So I feel like you've just shared things with a lot of the people you're cutting ties with. And you just wish you wouldn't have, because now they're running off with all that information and they might want to use it against you. And so you're a little bit irritated. I do feel like you are struggling still with sharing your feelings because you very rarely do. And the people that you do share your feelings with, now you're at odds with. So you feel vulnerable. And there is a vulnerable feeling for your reading because Rahu's there, you know, Ketu. If you feel vulnerable, it's normal. Again, ground yourself. Meditate. Do the Remember, Rahu's fear and illusion. Just calm down. Let it out. It's not as bad as you think. And if you're going to find yourself over worrying, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. It's really not that big of a deal. So you're just going through that big transition. And you're growing in a very good, beautiful way. Bottom of the deck, we have thank you for sharing. Thank you for showing me what true love is, unconditional. So this is what's coming in. There's unconditional love coming in. People love you for who you are. Even if these people that are leaving your life are talking crap about you or sharing things about you that you didn't want them to share, guess what? No one cares. All the people that love you and are supposed to be in your life, they still love you unconditionally. It doesn't matter what comes out. It doesn't matter what's revealed. It doesn't matter the ugly truth. It doesn't matter, because the people that are really supposed to be with you will always be with you. And whether that's family or a true love or both, they're there to support you and love you and move forward with you. It's a new, beautiful day. You're moving on. It's a new, beautiful time period. What comes out for Taurus? Divine time, not just yet. So learning some patience. Some things are in divine time and some things are like you have to wait. This reading talks about the transit. Is the transit going to pop up and end tomorrow? No. You're going to have to go through this for the next 18 months. That's a year and a half. This is not just going to come and go like the breeze. This is going to be a process. During that process, you get to meet some good love. I say enjoy it. A lot of people don't know the truth yet, but they will. So if you're impatient, you want the truth to come out right now, give it a little time. It will in divine time. And stubborn comes up. So you're sticking to your guns. True Taurus vibration. Steph, I'm a Taurus. I'm stubborn. I want what I want, how I want. I know. I know. And this might be a time where you are more stubborn than you've ever been. But it might also be a time where you're learning to let go of your stubbornness. You have to see how that works with you. But you are learning your new path. I'm learning my path. And look at that, 2 wands. And didn't we talk about a student? Well, there's learning, because you're a student. So you're learning a better way. So for those of you that have suffered with stubbornness, you're learning a better way how to be. For those of you that suffered with being walked over like a doormat, you're learning a better way on how to be. This 9 of Wands, Braveheart, is about boundaries, borders, self-protection, being wounded, but a warrior. You're not knocked down yet. You may be wounded, Taurus, but you're not knocked down, okay? This is going to be a tough transition for you. Really, it is. I mean, to be honest, this is probably the hardest transit for Taurus people because it's affecting you on a very personal, physical level, and it's affecting you in a relationship level. So for those with strong Taurus input, you know, come on, this is going to affect you personally. This transit is going to hit you hard at home, in your mind, and in your body. Now, here's something to think about. Undiagnosed diseases may be diagnosed at this time. There could also be a fear of a disease at this time, and then it's cleared. And that's because of Rahu in the first house. You might think you have something and you're getting tested for some disease and then it comes up negative, which is a great thing. Or it could come back positive, something you think is nothing. So this might be a time where it's important to watch your health. It's very important to take care of yourself and to eat right. It might also be a time where you're really overly worried about what you look like. Don't let it affect you in a bad way. Rahu's going to mess with you and kind of affect you in a bad way. So if you're worried too much about your weight, don't starve yourself. Work out. Eat healthy. Okay? If you're worried about losing weight, don't freak out and go have surgery or, you know, starve yourself. You know, have a healthy diet and work out. If you're worried about needing to gain weight, don't eat junk food. Just take a healthier approach and gain muscle mass, you know. Gain muscles, eat protein, get sunshine and eat healthy. Don't try to gain weight the wrong way. Don't do it with steroids and other things as well. If you want to bulk up, you don't have to do it in an artificial way, because Rahu is artificial. Rahu for Taurus people here, Moon arising, this is steroids. This is fat burners. This is surgery. This is quick results that are not natural, okay? And this is saying don't do it, you know, please find a better way, find a better path. If you're struggling with anger, this is don't blow up on people. Try to work on watching what you say because you may regret. You may regret what you say because you're hot-headed. You may say things you don't mean. You may do things you don't mean. So watch out on that. There is some kind of an energy here of overconfidence, but also fear. And it's that tug of war for you, being very confident, but then being fearful. Work your way through this. Again, your answer and your cure is meditation and grounded. As long as you're meditating and you're being grounded, I don't see that there's a problem you couldn't overcome. Let's get an oracle for you. I think I'll do the energy oracles. Actually, yeah. Okay. Our third chakra archangel Camuel in reverse, which is a lack of confidence. Again, Rahu's trying to deflate your ego while inflating it, meaning he wants you to think you're big and bad, but then he wants you to be scared if someone approaches you. Indicates that there's a low ebb in your energy and possibly a lack of purpose. You may have been feeling very fragmented lately, unable to rein in your scattered focus. If this is the case, Taurus, it's time to become more centered and single-minded. You can choose to bring a greater sense of enthusiasm to your everyday life. Call for the assistance of Camuel to help you harness your power and spin his dynamic center of life force and bring so your goal and your day probably be very beneficial. And you might have that strong influence of jogging, running, sports, working out, body. That is going to help you maintain. This is a time for you to get in shape and get air, and this is just going to encourage you to be healthy, more minded. So I see you definitely becoming a better fit for who Taurus was created and meant to be. And that is just a very fit, strong, healthy-minded, vibrant person. Let's get one more message for the Taurus, for their self, since this is all about Rahu for the self in their first house. Let's see what's going on. Plan a vacation. Bottom of the deck, Taurus, make a meal. There you go. I knew it. Taurus is sitting here making all kind of creative meals, being the top chef of the family, okay? Really getting into healthy cooking and healthy eating, but also planning a trip, airplane, planning a vacation. So Taurus, get away and get out by yourself. Again, Taurus moon rising people, you are definitely planning something special for you. This may not involve everybody. This has a lot to do with you. If you're married, sure, it could have something to do with your spouse and you going on a trip. But this vacation is supposed to make you feel better about yourself, and it's supposed to help you feel more grounded and navigate your stress. So please don't go on a trip with someone that takes away from you feeling good about you. Don't go on a trip with your husband or wife or spouse that makes you feel stressed, because this is supposed to be a time of pleasure. Okay, so I hope you guys can plan that. Let me find this card. Why can I not find this? Oh, I'm in the wrong book. Jesus, I'm sorry, guys. Do I even have this book? There it is. My bad. I'm like, what in the heck? So it says here, Taurus, get ready for a magical journey filled with synchronicities. Taking the time to go on a vacation can give you a new perspective and spark inspiration that will nourish your soul on a deep level and bring more joy to your daily life. We all have a bucket list of places we'd like to visit, and there's no time like the present to get started on working towards making a dream a reality. But planning a vacation requires that planning. If there's a place you'd like to travel that seems out of reach, make a budget and a timeline. If there are some roadblocks to planning a vacation or money is tight, don't immediately set your dream plans aside. Rather, take a look at what commitments in your life would need adjusting to make that necessary space and time and resources available. If you need to wait a while, consider how you can satisfy your craving for adventure with a staycation or creating experiences that you choose new cultures, new ideas in your own community. Read a book in translation, see a movie produced in another country, switch up your dinner routine, and try a restaurant serving food that seems exotic to you. Journal prompt, what small and practical steps can you take to manifest the resources and time you would need to make this vacation? And I like that because even during COVID, if you guys don't want to do a lot of traveling, have you ever considered decorating like you're in a different place? Like Moroccan. Maybe start decorating very bohemian and Moroccan style. Maybe Italian style, maybe Asian style. You can create a space that feels like a getaway and try those foods and watch movies from there and just feel like you're diving into different cultures. You know, if you can't get away, that's definitely a quick remedy. But it looks like you need to get away. So clearly, Taurus, a vacation's coming up for you, honey. You need to get the hell away from people. And it looks like you are. With the Chariot and Cleanse, this is a trip that's much needed to heal your vibration. And during the next 18 months, you may have more than one vacation. Maybe you have 2 or 3 or more, who knows? But travel is coming up for you in the next 18 months. And healing is coming up. So it looks like a lot of changes in a good way, but mostly mental changes and physical changes. If you guys are going to be the ones going through a divorce or a separation, it looks like you're going to be getting into a new relationship pretty quickly. And if you guys are going to stay with the person you separated from, it looks like you guys are going to make up pretty quickly. So this is just going to be a big year and a half for you coming up. Changes for the better. So I guess look forward to it. And cook better and eat better. Make a meal, all right? That's a big message from the universe. Make a dang meal for yourself. Make it nice. Okay. So I think I'll do one more and then we'll continue this series another day. Let's see. Hopefully you guys are liking this one. And I'm sure I can timestamp it. As I go along, I'll timestamp it. Okay. How are you guys hanging in there? You guys doing okay? Is this good? Do you guys kind of like this aspect of the transits that are going to be happening for the signs? Again, remember, we're focusing on moon and rising, okay? Not the sun, but if you guys want to throw in the sun, that's okay. Okay. So, guess we'll be moving into Gemini. So this is going to be a Gemini moon or rising sign. And that would be your ascendant. is that? So we have Gemini and Sagittarius. Okay. So this transit is going to be affecting you in your 12th house with Rahu and your 6th house for Ketu. You guys can see that. Hopefully I spelled Sagittarius wrong. I don't freaking know. Who cares? You guys know what I mean. But, okay. So for all the Gemini moons, Gemini rising signs, and if you want, if you are Sun, you know, you're welcome to just listen. Your chart won't be laid out like this, but you can see if it affects you in that way. With Rahu in the 12th, this is going to be travel. Long distance travel. Again, you're going to want to travel. You're going to want to see far distant places. You're going to want to plan vacations. This does include death energy. With the Rahu, which is your karma, and the Ketu, which is your karma as well, we have disease and death kind of coming in. I feel like there could be a worry for you about dying from COVID-19. There's some OCD. So I'm going to notate that. OCD. So someone here could be over paranoid and over panicked about this. Personally, yes, COVID's out there. 99.9% of us will get it at one point. But also 99% of us are going to have an immune system that will attack it. The other people that are not going to make it out of that are going to be the ones with lung disease, heart disease, not well people, people that have lung issues, even asthma, or have had pneumonia or are already sick. Those people, especially the elderly, which 12th house kind of talks about elderly, this is going to be an issue. So there could be a worry that someone in your family, someone in your life that is close to you suffers from these things, and you may be worried you're going to lose them, and you may very well lose them. And so there is this kind of obsessive compulsive disorder that could be triggered through the death of a family member because of this. This may trigger a, from here on out, obsessive compulsive disorder about cleanliness and about germs and the way things are. So this may be kind of triggering you into an area of your life where you may just feel like, I'm never going to live the same way anymore. Okay, so there's a lot of worry here for that. And if you do lose someone here, it looks like this is going to really push you into a funk of sadness, despair, and grief, but also taking better care of your life and the family and the ones you have alive. This is also going to bring you to your knees. So whether you're going through a physical scare yourself or someone you love is, a medical scare, this is going to put you down on your knees, which makes you do what? Look up. Get spiritual. This is why the 12th house is the house of spirituality and moksha. When you fall down, you look up. When you're in despair, you ask for help. You cry out to what's beyond this world. And so there's a connection to the universe, to God, to spirituality. And so there's a lot of stress here. Stress. This is stress because of Virgo. 6th house. This is not in the sign of Virgo, okay, but it is stressful. Okay, this is Scorpio, but it's in the 6th house. And this is deep secrets and hidden diseases. Now, I am going to touch something on here and say, because Scorpio is the sign of secrets and hidden things and things below ground, it is death and burying also. And when you get into the 12th house, it is also release. You know, it is that release and it is that letting go. So there is definitely some death that's going to be happening during the next 18 months for a Gemini moon arising. So that is definitely a concern. So pay attention to that. There could be an underlying disease here, and I'm going to put that here because it's in the 6th house of health and diseases and enemies. So there's a hidden disease. And that might come up during this time period for you. Or, you know, if you're cross-watching for a Gemini moon arising, for them. In other words, maybe someone didn't know they had lung cancer and now they got diagnosed. They better watch out with COVID, shouldn't they? Yeah. Maybe someone had some scar tissue from pneumonia and now they found out that this is definitely an issue and can affect them. You know, maybe they're finding out there's a cancer somewhere in the family that needs battling. Can we defeat cancer? Yes. Is it scary? You bet your ass. So for a Gemini moon and rising, it's you better take care of your health and the body you have. So for Gemini moon and risings, it's I better fucking focus on my health because I want to live. I want to live and I want to be stronger. I want to overcome these things. So because Rahu and Ketu are scaring you, there's a fear of death. So I'm going to put that there. So Rahu is giving you a fear of death in the 12th house because of some diseases, or I'll just put here medical scares. So because of medical scares, there is going to be a fear. And remember, Rahu represents smoke and mirrors, fear and illusion, turning a molehill into a mountain. So there could be an unrestrained fear that gets out of control, born out of proportion. Just, you know, I have a friend on Facebook who is freaking the fuck out about COVID. She's losing her shit. First of all, number one, and this is fact, not just my opinion, it has been proven that doctors have misdiagnosed people for COVID-19 after their death. In a motorcycle accident, in a heart attack, in an aneurysm. People come in already dead, and then they go through the hospital or the autopsy situation, and they write down COVID. Clearly, it's not a COVID death. It just means that they were diagnosed having COVID when they died. Also, news update. It is said that 99% of us have had it or will have it. We're all going to be immune to it in some future point. So it's not a shock that all of us may have had it or will have it. We shouldn't think with Rahu scaring us that we could avoid COVID. It's just something that we're going to come into contact with, like the flu, and I think it's like going to be like a different strain of the flu, and we're going to have immune systems to it, or we're not. People were dying of the regular flu anyways, and by the way, 10 times the rate people are dying from COVID. Yes, you heard me right. People were dying of the regular flu 10 times the rate they are of COVID. It's just not anything people talked about or knew about. Because the people that were dying of the regular flu were old in nursing homes, sick, already in the hospital. They became ill of pneumonia and the flu, and they were already dying. So a lot of elderly were already dying of the flu. But it wasn't something that made mainstream media news and all of that. This Rahu it's mainstream media news, fear, smoke, mirrors, illusions. It's all of that. Rahu turns a molehill into a mountain. So there's just a lot of fear with this. Yes, people are going to die from COVID. People are going to die from SARS. People are going to die from the flu. People are going to die from cancer. People are going to die. And it's us facing that fact that our bodies are not invincible, and that we are not meant to survive everything. And if we want to live a long time, we better take really good care of ourselves. And so for Gemini moon rising people, this is what's coming up for you, is I better pay attention. I better pay the hell attention. Rahu and Ketu have just left your 1st and 7th house. So they're leaving what Taurus just went through. affecting your relationships and affecting you. Now they're moving on to affecting your loved ones and to affecting your work. So a lot of Geminis are going to notice that this is about work. 6th house is about work. So this COVID-19 is really affecting your job and people's jobs. And so you're making enemies, you're upset, you're struggling financially. There's going to be some hardships here with work for Gemini moon and rising people. And this is causing a lot of loss. A lot of loss financially, emotionally, mentally, physically. You're feeling exerted. This is physical and this is release. You know, this is all that enthusiasm and hard work, and this is sleep time. This is relax. So you might feel like this is a time for you to stop working so much. Take a step back. Yeah, you're going to lose money, but what are you going to gain? Rest, sleep, relaxation, zen, moksha, enlightenment, spirituality, healthy mentality, a refocus on what's important, which is your body. So the biggest message here for Gemini moon and risings is you need to really have focused on you, and you haven't been. It's been everybody else this past 18, 19 months, and maybe even before then. And it was like, oh, I have to serve everyone. I have to be in service of everyone. You're letting that shit go. Nope. Kind of like Taurus, right? You're kind of focusing on yourself. And so you are taking better care of yourself. And you're like, yeah, you better take your shoes off before you come into my fucking house. There's nastiness. I don't want it on my carpet where my dogs go or where my children crawl or where I sit on the floor. I don't want that. I don't want that in my house. So you're going to be establishing some new rules, right? Maybe you're going to have some, hand sanitizer at the door. You're going to be doing it more in your car. You're going to be cooking for yourself instead of going out to eat all the time. You're just much more cautious. And it just seems like, you're taking a step back because you fear this death. And you may even fear this illness that's going around this world. It's too much for you. And you might be working hard on a cure or a remedy for yourself, even if it's a natural herb, tea, whatever you're trying to research. This in Scorpio here is a heavy research. Okay, so you're researching COVID, where it came from, how it started, what are the cures, what works, what doesn't, who gets it, who doesn't, who's lived through it, who hasn't, what's rumors, what's not rumors. So again, you can see this OCD and this obsession with diseases. And you see an obsession here with COVID. And it affects you on a very fundamental level. I also feel that you're going to be grounding. A lot of you guys are going to be burying your feet in the sand or in the ground. You're going to want to go under the earth. A lot of you have an urge to just dig a hole and bury yourselves into it. Maybe literally, maybe figuratively speaking. But you feel like you just want to bury yourself under a hole and just avoid. So you can heal. And this is really the Gemini moons and rising just going into that hole, burying themselves, being kind of antisocial, which is unbecoming of a Gemini moon and rising, because as you guys know, as Geminis, I'm a sun, but, we are talkers. We are people persons. So we love people. We love friends. We love hosting. We love parties. We love getting out there in the world. And isolation and being alone is not our thing. Now, I'm not saying you have to be alone, but I'm seeing to isolate is something important for you. And for the Geminis that you should worry if you have a health issue coming up, maybe you should. If this is coming up in your chart and there's a secret hidden disease or a secret hidden illness that you weren't aware of, then maybe you should take better care of yourself and say, I didn't realize that I had some lung scarring from childhood, or I didn't realize that my smoking became a bad habit and now I could be really affected by diseases. I should be more cautious about that. Maybe it's not this COVID thing. Maybe it's being overweight, how it's affecting your feet, your back, the way you walk. your brain, realizing that this affects you in many ways. Maybe it's eating junk food and just realizing that's not helping you. It can cause Alzheimer's, it can cause, you know, diabetes, it can cause so many things, and you have, how do you say, like a hereditary thing that could affect you and make you have that. Be aware, be studious, research, know about yourself. Now, with Ketu in the 6th house, it also means letting go of enemies. So there is some light at the end of the dark tunnel. Thank God, Geminis. Yes, yes, yes. Enemies that you hate. Well, maybe hate's a strong word, but who likes their enemies? Not me. So if there's an enemy that a Gemini does not like, bye-bye Gemini. It looks like you're going to win over them. If there's an enemy that has caused you strife, worry, hardship, consider it gone. Karma is coming in to kick the enemy's ass in some way. Be it physically, be it emotionally, be it financially, be it through the court, be it through just karma coming in and kicking their ass, whatever it is, that enemy's going to get served. They're going to get cut down, and you're going to be free from that enemy. A lot of you are going to go through a health scare, but be free of that health scare. It's going to go away. So if somebody's worried about that, it is going to go away. Okay? For those of you that have pre-existing conditions, I want you to research this yourself so you can karmically deal with that. I don't want to karmically deal with that. Talking about death for people, you just need to get right with God and research yourself if that really affects you and what other planets are aspecting you. Let me see. Damn. This can be bittersweet for some people. Saturn is in the house of death in the sign of Capricorn. For Gemini, rising or moon people. Ooh. I really don't want to talk about that because I don't know how I feel about opening up with you guys about that. I don't know if I should even. I'll be real. I'm going to say what I can about it because I'm not going to leave you hanging. But in my opinion, because Saturn represents karma, Saturn represents death. He is known as the devil. He is known as the underlord. He is known as the omega. He is known as karma. He's known as Satan. He's known as death, the undertaker. Saturn has a lot to do with your life or death. Okay, Saturn has a lot of say in marriage, death, and taxes. So when he's in the house of death, in his own sign, he gets to say who lives and dies. He gets to say what's going to happen, who's going to have a long life, and who is not. That is all I'm going to say about it. And if you want to check your aspects, if you want to check your personal chart on how that affects you, because there's many different combinations, you can go to Raj Kapel KRS Astrology and order your Vedic astrology chart, birth chart reading. And it will be emailed to you within 24 to 48 hours, I think. It's an automatic computer email, but it's not personal from him, but it is a full reading of your chart. So, okay, so that's that. So this is, it could be a life or death situation for some people. It could also be where you overcome death. Sorry about that. You need to close the door next time. For people that have a strong Saturn, this could be a time where you overcome death and any difficult situations and any diseases. For Gemini moon risings, you could definitely overcome a scare, a health scare, and that's really what's going to be happening over the next 18 months for you, is a major health scare and then an overcoming it. So there's a bounce back to health, okay? So I do see that for a lot of you guys, that there is a bounce back, and it's about you getting responsible and clearing out your affairs and making life straight, because you were scared that you were going to go. So it's about getting that will done. It's about getting your affairs in order as far as what's clean and not in your house, what's in your home, who gets to keep what, where are the kids going to go if something happened to you, what do the kids get if something happened to you. If it's a loved one that you're concerned about, you're going through those kinds of arrangements with them. Do you want to be buried? Do you want to be cremated? What do you want? It's really about getting responsible, because this really scares you. And what if? And that's that Rahu scare. And it's just like, okay, we really have to be serious about this. We're not immortal beings, you know? So we have to be strong about this. Am I in my 50s? Am I in my 80s? What should I be looking at? Can I live to be 110? Yes. May I, may not, maybe so. It's important for you to really take a look at how your life is going for Gemini moon and rising, because Saturn really just wants you to get your affairs in order. So I will put that there. Just get your affairs in order. Okay, so for the Gemini moon and rising, it's time for you to start getting organized by God, because you never know. And so it could be that there could be some massive isolation. Let's get away from the health freak out, okay? Because I know you guys are really OCD about this. There is someone out there, or just maybe people, it's the Gemini moon rising people that are maybe over isolating. Maybe you live in the middle of nowhere, somewhere far up on a hill, and you just are away from the world. It means that you really just don't want to connect with people right now. You're really overdoing it, or you're going to be during this transit. You're just really going to want to have to be alone. And maybe it's out of fear. Maybe it's because you are sick. I don't know what this is. But I do feel like Spirit wants you to fight this and to let go of your fears. With Ketu in the 6th house, it's let go of your fears. Don't let them have control over you. Live your life. Be happy. You're going to overcome the enemy. You're going to overcome sickness. You're going to overcome these things. Have faith, pray, be grounded, believe. And with Scorpio, it's about that research, right? There's tons of remedies, tons of ways to overcome illness and sickness, tons of ways to beat death, tons of ways to protect yourself, and live a long life. And if that's what you want, well, then Spirit says go after it. Strong dreams are going to come up for Gemini moon and risings. Very big dreams that are maybe Armageddon kind of dreams, dreams about sickness, dreams that are prophetic. Holy shit, it just came to me. I have to write that down and remember to tell my mom. Hold on, guys. My mom had a prophetic dream like 2 years ago about people wearing like hazmat suits, going around neighborhoods looking for people. And me and Matthew and us were like dead. We were like invisible. They couldn't see us, but they were going around the house, and it was so weird. I don't know what that, it's just, that's a piece of the dream, but that was years ago. And now we're not in hazmat suits, but we're wearing masks and not being seen, right? Feeling like a ghost is kind of like being a ghost of who we were, a shell of who we were. The vibrant life that we were all living 2 years ago is just not what we're living today. So feeling like shells of ourselves, feeling like the government has control, like a bomb went off, because in her dream it was almost like a bomb went off too. And it just feels like 2020, just a bomb went off and destroyed lives and destroyed economies and destroyed countries and cities, and it's destroying a people. It's destroying relationships that we had with people. And so this is going to be a very big time period for Gemini moon and rising for dreams and prophetic revelations and interdimensional visits. So you might be visiting people interdimensionally. Other times, other places, like you see the future, you're getting in touch with yourself from the future. You're getting messages from the future or the past. I think you're definitely getting downloads and lots of information on what could be, what will be, on I think you're definitely on a whole nother level than other people, which might be why you're going into a very big isolation and where you're kind of going through this death and rebirth energy. And it's just, you're getting information interstellarly, bringing it here, and maybe getting remedies, because the 6th house is about healing. It's about, yes, disease and illness and enemies, but it's also the house of healing. And this is the one-stop shop for herbal remedies, right? Herbs and healing is all Virgo, and Mother Nature and animals. So it's about connecting with nature, and it's about this natural way of getting back into things. I'm feeling very Atlantean here. So I do feel like the Gemini moon or rising is going to have an Atlantean connection. Be it a past life or just something you're reading and following. But this is something where you feel like you're going to bring that information back into this time, into this era. So you're going to take that knowledge and bring it to life here. So I think you're seeing that the way things were in this world are dead. We are all ghosts, because the way the world worked 2 years ago is never going to be how the world will ever work again. And as we go through this big transformation, these Gemini moon and rising people are going to communicate with interdimensional beings, the dead, and the future selves. And they're going to take that information and share it with the world and share it with others. So I see you guys writing books, doing seminars, teaching, sharing your knowledge, maybe just blogging, maybe just sharing your dreams on a notebook, you know, just writing it down, putting that information down into this 3D dimension and world. And just, you're like a conduit, a vortex. You are an energy that is going from one place to another. You're that means of transfer and process. I don't know how else to explain it, but you're the one that's grabbing something over here and bringing it over here. So you're transporting healing, wellness, and well-being and information. So yes, in essence, you're in a tug of war like any Rahu Ketu balance, because one part of you wants it this way and another part of you wants it this other way. And it's just, it's a bit much. And you're going to be distracted, because Rahu and Ketu is distraction, and you're going to go through great times of focus, and then you're going to go through great times of freak out and worry. So you're going to have to, again, ground and get balanced, because you might get too far out there. You know, people may think you're a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. You don't want to get too far out there, you know, Pisces energy, right? Where you're not grounded, where you're like, whoa, really out there. And you need to get grounded back down here on Earth, because you're too much of a part of other information. And that's not really what's going down here in reality. You're too much a part of another timeline. And that's not the timeline that we're in here. So this is just, don't get too far out there. Harness yourself and get anchored. Get anchored with Mother Earth. So the answer for Gemini's moon and risings is ground yourself, connect with the trees, connect with the earth, ground, get soaked up in that earth and that sun, and heal, get involved with animals. Messages from the universe come all through nature and animals. Be aware of the signs and synchronicities that are coming up for you. So let's go ahead and get Gemini, Moon, and Rising energies. Okay, Gemini, Moon, and Risings with this transit. Gemini, Moon, and Risings. Bottom of the deck, I can't stop thinking about you. So in love, there could be obsession as well. If you're connected to a lover through the sign of Scorpio or Taurus, then you may not be able to stop thinking about them. You can't get them out of your system. You can't get them out of your mind. There's an obsession of loss without them, a life without them. So it does look like you're going to have to let them go, because in a love relationship with Rahu, it would be a soulmate, which is Taurus. This is Scorpio. You may be having to be forced to let go of a relationship that you may have been in for some years. And that's one of the hardest things for you to do, is to not be in there with them. And it says here, you don't know how hard it was to let you go. So letting go of this soulmate is killing you. Absolutely killing you. And you just, over this next 18 months, you may be forced to let them go through a separation or a death or a breakup, whatever this will be for you. Spirit, please guide me in a reading for the Moon and Rising sign of Gemini. Moon and Rising sign of Gemini. Could have a strong Leo in your chart also, maybe Gemini. There's a third party situation though, and there's a Libra involved. Virgo is very involved also, but Scorpio, Taurus, you already know you're here. There's a relationship that involves a third party for these Gemini, Moon, and Risings. It looks like you've been a part of a triangle, whether it's a friend trio, or whether it's a relationship trio, or whether it's some kind of a trio in your life. There's just some drama on the outside of a duo. And you're letting go of a duo because it's a trio. Am I losing you guys here? Jesus. Gemini, Moon, Risings. Look at this. You want to be in a duo, but it's a trio. So you got to let it go. The ball is finally dropping. Someone's dropping the ball. We're not going to go back and forth with this shit anymore. King of Wands is taking that direct stand for yourself and just saying, fuck it. Enough's enough, man. Leo energy. 6 of Swords. I'm moving on. I am moving on, Steph. I can't stop thinking about them. I love them, desire them, want them so much. But damn it. They're basically forcing my hand. I can't fucking do it. Also, the energy's forcing your hand, because Rahu really wants you to let go in the 12th house. Rahu is not comfortable in the 12th house, by the way. He doesn't like it. He likes to have everything coming in. Riches, wealth, love, sex, fame, fortune. He wants it all. Okay? But him transiting in the 12th house is like, Rahu, drop it. Let it go in the sign of Taurus. Drop it. Let it go. And he's having to drop it. And he's like, fuck. Fuck, I thought I had it. I thought I had it. Fudge, monkey, sugar, honey, iced tea. I thought I had it. And so he's really pissed off and frustrated in the relationship because he really wanted to hang on to this. It's forced. Literally forced by the universe. This is not the will of the gods. This is not in your chart. This is the time to let this shit go. And by God, no one knows how hard it is. They just don't know how fucking hard it is. And everyone's like, why is it so hard? Gemini, Jesus, get over it. 6 of Swords. Let that asshole go. That egotistical player, let him go. Let her go. And you're like, yeah. Easier said than done. Shut it. Shut it. But the Chariot is like, it's time to move on. It's time to get over this. Cleanse. Woo! Cleanse this old energy, honey. Get rid of it. Let's break out the feathers and sage the fuck out of this relationship. Woo-saw. We are getting rid of this. And I know it sucks and I know it hurts and I know it's hard. But look at this. New love is coming in. Ace of Cups. Brand new love is coming in. And personally, I think a new relationship or marriage is coming in. Okay, there's a long-term relationship that's going to be coming in for the better. So we've got to let this go. Ay, ay, ay. And you're just like, Steph, God, just, very hard. The next cards that come up is, I left you before you could leave me. So this is kind of the energy. Gemini's moon or rising. You have to leave this prick before they leave you. Because if you don't make the decision to just let this player go, then someday down the road, they're going to drop you. And Spirit knows that. And that's why you're kind of being forced to be your own man, to be your own woman, King of Wands, and do it yourself. Wouldn't you rather do it yourself than it be done to you? You think it's hard now. Imagine how hard it's going to be then. So let's get the next one. I know I was a distraction from your pain. Well, this kind of just means they have been a distraction from your pain. Thank you for blocking whatever drama is going on, guys. I love you. So yeah, it's just like, you know, you better get some kind of distraction from your pain because this is going to be painful. But also, this person was just a distraction from your ascension. And you can't allow this person to distract you anymore. I knew exactly what I was doing. There you go.
Mom.
Yeah.
Can you give me an Iron Man movie?
Yeah, ask Uncle Brandon. He has the remote. Hey, Brandon, can you put an Iron Man movie on for him? Thank you. I'm almost done. Okay, thank you very much for the kiss. Go on.
Kiss me.
Okay. Go on.
Now kiss me.
Okay. Okay, go on. I love you. Okay. So, listen, Linda. Listen, Gemini Moon. You knew what you were doing in this relationship. Let me just break it down. Let me just break it down. I gotta read this reading real quick before we get into the transit. I gotta read this reading seriously. So, stop me if I'm wrong, but I gotta say it. Gemini Moon, rising. You're dating a married guy. All right? Probably a Leo. Doesn't have to be. Could be a Scorpio or a Taurus or a Cancer. But you're dating a married guy or a married girl. All right? You knew what you were doing. You damn well know what you're doing. And you hung on there anyways. You couldn't stop yourself. You desired them more than life itself. You loved him with all your heart. You knew that you were just a distraction and almost kind of like a side piece. You knew that getting into this relationship, you were something to do on the side. You were a distraction from married life or committed life. You were just something and someone that this person did for entertainment. And the sad part of that is you knew it. You knew exactly what you were doing. You knew you were distracting that person from their reality. So, in essence, you had a fantasy. You had a fantasy that maybe this player would not do that to you and be faithful to you. Something was sticking out. I saw it. Twin flames. So you may be feeling like this is a twin flame. Okay? And you hung on and you were hoping, oh, you know what? This guy, this girl, he or she is going to come out of this funky situation. And then they're going to come and be with me and we're going to move on together. But that's not what's happening. There's a letting go. So to read this reading, you kind of knew what you were getting into. in some fantasy, you were hoping that they would not be in that situation and choose you. But at this time in this transit with Rahu Ketu, you're making healthier choices for yourself, because this is, remember, not just physical health, but emotional. You're making healthier choices for yourself to let shit go, and that's part of it. This is part of it. Not being part of this circuit, this circus. This circuit. Yeah, you're not part of this circus. So you're just having to let them go, because you're like, you know what? Yeah, this is not my circus. Not my monkey, not my circus. I've got to go. I guess I was a distraction. I guess I was helping you avoid your reality. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not juggling this anymore. I'm not going to allow you to juggle me anymore. I'm not going to be a part of this third-party situation anymore. I'm moving on, Six of Swords, painfully, but honestly. I'm getting away from a toxic situation and moving on into a better, healthier decision for me, which is a new, happy, healthy beginning, maybe with a Cancer. Okay, someone that loves me the way I want to love them. Someone that respects me the way I respect them. Someone that serves me the way I serve them. So you're making a better decision for yourself, not to hang on to someone that was just not doing it for you. And oh my gosh, look at the cards that are coming out. Bottom of the deck is 60. Deep healing. No longer broken. Look at that. So you got with somebody at a time, Gemini moon or rising, that you were broken. You were a broken human being when you got with this person. Oh, the dog that's barking was not Sumo. It was Rose. It was my brother's puppy. And they're with her. She barks when she wants food or goes outside or gets tied up or wants a toy or wants food. She just barks a lot. So she's okay. But anyways, so this deep healing is just like, yeah, we're going through a very deep transformative period. And I'm no longer broken. Look at that says, no longer broken. So yeah, there was a time where, you know, you were needy and you were a broken person. There was a time that you did love a person that was already involved somewhere else. There was a time where you allowed yourself to be part of a third party, hoping that third party would turn into a two-party. There was a time, but you were broken then and you're not now. And so you're no longer going to distract yourself from your healing by being with someone who's so much drama. That was a distraction. It was keeping you from your healing. This is a very difficult thing to move on and have a new beginning, but that's what you're doing. So the cards that came out was taking action, act like you want it. So you are taking action on leaving the situation behind. And you're hoping that if they want you, they're going to take action and come after you. Because this is, I'm no longer waiting for you. I'm no longer waiting for you. I'm making better, healthier choices for me. If you do want me and you want a new beginning with me, you better come to me correct. And you better come to me single, and you better come to me unattached to that third party, because I'm making better choices and I won't be a part of that. So we also have the Splendor card. Just sit back, Gemini, and look at how far you've come. You may think you got stuck. You may think that you got distracted and didn't go anywhere, but no. Just take a seat back, take a look at how far you've come in your growth and your spiritual journey and who you are. There was no time wasted. And look, there's a little wishing star, shooting star, okay? No time wasted. So this is the time to be happy that you've grown and you've outgrown this situation. So the card that came out for you is Deep Connection. So this is a very deep connection with someone, and it's a shame that they're putting you in this position in the first place. The other card that comes out for you is Fuck Off. So you're kind of telling this person to fuck off because they've fucked with you long enough, okay? You're like, I'm tired of you fucking with me. Look what card came out, just done. Okay, fuck off. I don't care if it's a deep connection. I'm just done. Okay? We got the karmic is fake. He or she is upset. Okay, so there is a fake karmic and you want this person to wake up that they're in a karmic situation. You're my heart came out. Twin flames again came out. And there's new information. Okay, so there's going to be some new information that's going to come up. It's not what you think. So, wow, that's kind of a surprise. There's going to be some new information coming out that you didn't even know. By you walking away and turning your back on this situation, it's going to enlighten you. You're going to get some new information. You guys are going to be growing so fast, so quickly spiritually. It's amazing. You're really changing and transforming a lot of the Phoenix energy here as well. You're not going to come out of this the same. So what's changing here is I can't let go, grasping. See, and it's been so hard for you to let go of this person. You don't know how hard it was to let you go. It's almost like pulling teeth. Because I know we're meant to be and I'm committed to our love, commitment. So you are being forced by the universe to let go of this person. Again, you don't want to let go. You know you should. You know you want to tell them, fuck off. It's over. I'm having a resolution. But every time you do that, your heart gets re-involved. And you don't want to let them go because it's kind of that OCD. Remember, this was about health. But it's also about relationships and kind of obsessed, right? OCD. Even the bottom of the deck here is I'm absolutely obsessed with you. So there is some kind of obsession coming in for the Geminis with the Rahu. Rahu does co-rule Gemini with Mercury, so there is some obsession. We have pleasure. Nothing comes close to how deep you please me. So there's a very big sexual attraction, a very deep connection, twin flame kind of energy. Spirit, why do you want this person to let this twin go, this soulmate go? Gemini, moon rising, why do you want them to let them go? Whoops. Bottom of the deck, fresh start. Because you guys have been living in toxicity. It's like living with an unknown, undiagnosed disease in the 6th house. Ketu is cutting that shit off and bringing it up to the surface. It's time to cut out toxicity. And that's why we need a fresh start, because it's not that you're not meant to be with this person or there's not some deep connection. It's that your relationship is being poisoned by toxicity and it has to be reinvigorated and renewed and healed, right? The deep healing so that your relationship will no longer be broken. So you have to let go so it can be healed. Yes, you guys have a very deep chemistry and connection, very sexual, very deep chemistry, twin flame vibes, soulmate vibes. You have seen some true colors. Don't deny it. Okay, there's been some true colors for you being revealed and some true colors for them. You need to get a fresh perspective. I think the reason Spirit wants you guys to separate and be reborn and have a renewal is so this relationship can be reborn and be renewed. Oh yeah, look at that. Karmic chains broken. So there has to be some karma released, guys, to have the fresh start. So this ending is really not an ending forever. It's, I need to end this so it can be reborn. There will be communication coming in from your soulmate because you guys are soul tied. A lot of twin soulmate vibes here for the gems. So don't worry your pretty little head. Let things go because it's natural and it's healthy. So let go of your obsessiveness, your compulsiveness. Let go of the worry and the fear. It's a time to fight that. Over the next 18 months, you may be going through a separation, only to get a rebirth. So high five. Bottom of the deck, first light, beginning a new cycle. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, Gemini. And that really explains that 12th house, doesn't it? Right? The death and the renewal. So the 12th house is like, yep, I'm bringing you a new cycle, beginning of one. So this is good. The card that came out for you is view from above. Get the big picture. So you have to look at things from a different perspective. If you don't get out of this third-party toxic situation, you're stuck in it and you can't see. You can't see the mess you're in because you're so deeply involved. This separation is going to help you see. So let's go ahead and read this. Don't get bogged down in details. Sixth house energy, right? Let go of petty concerns. Get the big picture. Imagine that you're seeing life from above. Only do what is truly important. Everything else is inconsequential. Go through each area of your life and look and see what the big picture is. Major life decisions based on this strategy. Okay? Make major life decisions based on this strategy. The Sacred Traveler card wants you to know that it's easy to forget what the overall journey is about when the traveler gets caught up in day-to-day survival and the ups and downs of life on this road. It's only when the traveler takes time to look at the big picture that he realizes that most of his worries and anxieties are only temporary. Imagine yourself in the future. Ask yourself if you are doing now what will be important to your future self. Focusing on these concerns takes up valuable life force energy. Keep your focus directed on the important things in your life. Let everything else drop away. I love it. So it says focus on these little concerns, a bigger concern for your life force energy, and the important things in life will let the non-important, non-essential things drop away. And that's what this is. It's hard work and focus, right? Dedication on what's important, the necessities, the things that we should really focus on, letting go of the things that don't matter, our obsessions, our compulsions, our comfort zone, and feeling really uncomfortable and letting go. Ketu is comfortable. He's a pillow and a soft blanket. He's your comfortable bed. Rahu represents the ocean on a sea, in a boat you've never been in that you don't know how to drive or sail. So this is uncomfortable, outside of the box, and this is comfort. So you may feel comfortable obsessing and dealing with something you know very well. It's very uncomfortable to let it go. So whether that's a relationship, a mental illness, a disease, a physical whatever, a habit, a way of thinking, being, doing, acting, whatever this is for you, I know it's uncomfortable to let it go, but you know you have to. I was trying to say a story earlier, but I think I got interrupted. My friend, she moved away from New York, and she had a very bad lifestyle. And I don't care who you are. My ex, my kid's father, was part of their little biker club, which was retarded and bullshit. And this biker club had grown people that were 40s, acting like teenagers. You know, these Brooklyn bitches, right? And I'm a Brooklyn friend, and my family is, so, but that's what they call themselves. She would say, and I quote, "I'm a Brooklyn bitch. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with Brooklyn bitches." And that's how she would talk. And she's well into her 40s. She's a grandma. But she has this mentality where don't fuck with me. You know, I'll fuck with anybody. I'm invincible. I'm untouchable. I'm a hard badass because I came from Brooklyn. Or because I'm this and that. Come on. We're all human beings. I don't care where you're from. This tough mentality is ridiculous. You're a woman. You're a mother. You're a grandmother. You're a wife. You're a sister and your daughter. Act like one. This is not about being a thug on the streets. She was not. She had a job. She was responsible. She took care of people who were sick. She was a responsible person. But the lifestyle wasn't responsible. Going out every weekend, riding bikes with friends that are not really friends, getting into trouble, getting into fights, drinking, letting your kids stay up late till 2, 3 in the morning, around other losers that are your besties, so you allow them around your kids. Not really a good lifestyle. And what happens in that lifestyle? People die. People die. They die on motorcycles. My dad died on a motorcycle. I think I can fucking talk from that. He was killed on a motorcycle. My kid's father had multiple motorcycle accidents. The motorcycle clubs, more like gangs, are really bad at driving. They cause a lot of accidents, or they scare people while driving, or they drive illegally, unlawfully. There's a lot of stolen bikes in that club. There's a lot of thievery. There's a lot of lies and deception. There's a lot of drugs. And there's a lot of sex, cheating. There's a lot of fights and drinking and drug activity. So don't tell me that that is a good lifestyle. Don't tell me that's where the gods shine down and say that's okay, because it's not okay. Don't tell me kids are thriving under that lifestyle. Whether you're a loyal mom or dad and you've been there for them their whole life or not, don't tell me that that is a good role model and a good lifestyle for your children, because you are putting their life at risk. They could get shot or killed and die, and you put them there. Do not tell me that that is something good, because it's not. Anyways, I'm bringing that up because she moved away from New York because she has a big heart and she wanted to go help her brother, who she thought was diagnosed with cancer. And because she's probably a Virgo, I'm bringing this up, 6th house, she probably is, or a Leo. I think she was born in August. I don't know, but she's definitely coming under those vibes. Anyways, I really do feel she's a Virgo because she's OCD about this. I'm bringing this up because she went to move away to help her brother. But that's an excuse. Because she's a helper and she helps people who are sick. That makes her feel better about her life and the choices she's made and the way she lives. Because how she grew up. And I'm sure she didn't grow up a great way, or she'd be raising her kids in a better way. So clearly she didn't grow up in a great way. Clearly she went through some problems in her childhood as well. But helping people is what Virgos do. They are healers and nurses and doctors, and they do like to help people. So she probably falls under that. But I really feel like it was a cover. I really feel like she wanted to do that to feel better. And it was a crutch and an excuse to say, I did something good in this life. I did something good. Because all the other areas of my life are failing. I did something good. I helped someone. So that's kind of what I feel, but it doesn't have to be. But the other excuse is she was terrified of COVID-19 in New York. Terrified. So terrified that she couldn't go anywhere. She was just incapacitated, basically. Hand sanitizer before you come in, masks, spraying people down with Lysol. She didn't let people come over. You know, she's extremely terrified because she said people she had known had died of COVID. And we already talked about this, guys. We already said that, you know, doctors are diagnosing people with this, whether they're dying from a motorcycle accident or a heart attack or an aneurysm or a shooting. If they test positive for COVID, it says they test positive, but the way the media spins it is they died from COVID. That's not true. They just were dead when they were positive with it. But either way, she did admit that the people that she thought had died from COVID, which were only like 2 people that she knew, were already sick in the hospital and elderly. So she already admitted that the people that they had said had died from that were in their 60s to 80s, sick with cancer or lung disease or something. And she did admit that they were already very ill. It didn't just hit a healthy person. So she was very concerned and very worried about it. She could not live her life there in New York anymore, so she decided to move. Again, her brother being sick was another good excuse to move. So they moved out of state to a whole nother state. Okay, states and states over, I'm just going to say the Midwest. Okay, so they moved to the Midwest. And they bought a house. It's a big, beautiful house, had a nice front porch. They had some land. It was very nice. It was an older house, but it was very nice. Such a beautiful, picturesque kind of home. And she could really have a life there. Is there New York City behind her back street? No. There's not going to be restaurants at every corner, clubs near down the street, friends popping in and out everywhere. When you live in Brooklyn, New York, friends are a big part of your life. People that have a Brooklyn mentality generally see friends every day. And they have a routine, and they, you know, people come through people's houses like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, it's a way of life out there. So her being taken from a very friendly lifestyle into kind of a more isolated lifestyle where it's literally a house with land and you're going to have to drive to go somewhere, feels a little bit different. And she encountered some problems and some enemies as she moved. She realized her brother lied. She realized that it wasn't what she thought it was supposed to be. She's also homesick. She's paranoid. She found out that the person that moved in with her thought they were exposed to COVID and didn't tell her. So she kicked them out. Her brother that was supposedly dying of cancer, she kicked out because she thought that he had COVID. And she had children, you know, she has children and a husband, and she didn't want to put them at risk. So, you know, they were out on the streets, and she felt like she was the bad guy or the bad girl here, you know, in the scenario. But was she? No. This is the case of someone who is extremely terrified. Hello, Rahu is terrified. Fear, smoke, mirrors, illusion, making a molehill into a mountain, blowing things out of proportion. And this is where this transit comes into the story and why I'm telling the story. Because the fear and the illusion that's going on with her has scared her so far away. Hello, 12th house, far off distances in travel, and leaving and letting things go. She let Brooklyn go. She let a lifestyle go. She let friends go, family go, her older kids go, her job go. She let so much go in this move for health and safety. And now she's sitting in regret. Personally, I don't think she has anything to regret. Personally, I think she should make a life in this new place where it's healthy, it's happy. Her kids get to grow up in a normal way. They don't get to grow up with all the drama and friends and bike gangs and drinking and drugs and all the people that I know were in her club, because my kid's father was part of that club, and I know what kind of drug addicts and losers were in that club. So no one can tell me different.
Mom,
But what?
I love you.
I love you too.
And I want some videos
Okay.
on your phone.
Okay.
Iron Man videos. Look,
Yes, I see the hat.
it's not a hat.
Helmet.
Yeah. It's a mask.
Okay. Here you go. Go to the living room with your uncle. Okay. So anyways, as I was trying to say, guys, I know what's going on. Personally, I think that this was a choice that was made for health. I think that it was a better, healthy decision for her family. Now, this is where Rahu comes in, making you second guess. Rahu is, I'm using the story as an example. Rahu is making her second guess her move because of the problems she had with her brother, because of the COVID still being out there too. You can't run away from your problems. You have to face your enemies. And with Ketu here, it says you don't want to face your enemies. You don't want to deal with your enemies. So this transit is kind of a tug of war for her, dealing with her enemies and not letting go of things that aren't good, but embracing things that are good, getting out of her comfort zone and into a new place for healthier decisions to let go of bad habits and bad people and bad things. I think she made a very good choice out of a very dark time which is a very dark time for her, which is death and COVID and fear and all these things going on with her, out of that very dark time comes rebirth, the 12th house. Out of this COVID scare, for her, people dying and leaving her home to go elsewhere, out of this crazy rebirth comes a new way of living. A happier, peaceful, healthier way of living, a safer way of living. But she has to choose to let go, Ketu, of enemies and people that don't serve her. Now, she is loyal and attached to old friends and family. She admitted herself in her little speech on Facebook about all of this, because I know all about this because she let everyone know about all of this. But she has a hard time letting go of people. Even though she did it, she still has a hard time of letting go emotionally. So I guess that story pertains to the Gemini moon and rising people. This is a time for you to get out of your comfort zone, maybe move away, maybe change a lifestyle, maybe quit friends and enemies and just change your life. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm saying it's going to be really, really, really hard. And yes, that's right, markers. You're going to miss the things you love. But sometimes the things we love are not good for us, right? My kid's father loved his people, his biker club and his besties and his lifestyle. He loved him. They got him killed. And I almost felt angry on her post. And I was like, you know, I wish you, as one of his best friends, had as much of a mouth to tell him to pull his head out of his ass and be a father. And go be a father to his children. And to take care of them. And to stop throwing money into a fucking motorcycle. And to stop throwing money into fucking bitches. And to start throwing his energy into his children. I wish you were as good as friends to tell him, you know, man, you should go get a good job. You should redo your life. You should think about moving back with your kids or being around them. That would be a fucking good friend. But no, these little clubs and gangs, they, how do you say, they enable. They enable each other. They enable each other to keep drinking, to keep screwing around with bitches, to keep wasting money, to keep being bad parents. They enable them to keep being these toxic energies. They are devil cards and they are enablers. And it is a prime example of the devil card, which is right here, 6th house, house of enemies. And this is, Ketu, this is about obsession. Obsession. And yes, markers, codependency. Enabling. And this is a good time for the Gemini moons and risings to get the fuck out of this energy and say enough. And I'm not saying you're going to like it. With Rahu there trying to force you to get away with this stuff, you may like it in the moment. She was really excited to buy a house and do something new and get out of New York. But after it settled and shit settled down and life got real, you feel a little bit lost. You're kind of like, where am I? Where did I move my family? What the fuck am I doing out here in Garajo land? What am I doing? Thousands of miles from my home. What choices did I make? What decisions am I doing? And that's Rahu. Fear of the death of the old. Fear of the death. How do you think people feel that they're facing death? Maybe some people are excited, but a lot of people are scared of death. A lot of people are scared to die because they don't know what's on the other side. A lot of people are scared of that ending and that finality and the ending of this body and this life and our family. A lot of us are terrified. So it's perfectly normal for Rahu to be here. But no, for Gemini, moon, and rising people, this fear of death is at an all-time high. Either fear of literal death or fear of death of the known. Whatever this is for you, Gemini, moon, and risings. So anyways, the message for you is to get the big picture. know that you have to let things go. You can't be an enabler or a crutch, or you can't be enabled and have a crutch. You have to go full-heartedly and confidently, okay? This King of Wands is right under this. You don't know how hard it was for me to let you go, but I did it because I had to. It was the right thing to do. I had to have courage. I had to have balls. I had to do the right thing, right? I had to do the right thing. So this is about forcing yourself and knowing that these other boneheaded third parties in your life, or friends and bullshit people that don't matter, they were a distraction, okay? Because you knew exactly what you were doing, and now it's time to get out. Because this is, I know better. I know better, and I have to move on. And a lot of you guys know you have to. You do. So for the Gemini moons and risings, I don't know what situation you're in. I don't know if you have any relation to the story I shared, but hopefully it had a principle. It had a principle that sometimes what you're living is not good, and we have to let it go, and it's hard, but you're going to make the good decision, and don't let Rahu talk you out of it. Don't get scared with this newness. Don't be terrified of it. Embrace it. Be stronger and grow. You're going to be kind of out there. You're going to put your balls out there, going through some kind of an ending, but it has to be done. It's for a rebirth and a fresh start. You're going to break that karmic cycle, and you're going to discover what life is really about. You're going to discover the goodness and the rebirth with that butterfly in letting this go. Look at that, another letting go card. So in letting this go is a new discovery of life. This is deep healing, and you will no longer be broken. But glory, put yourself out there, is like putting your balls out there. Glory, put yourself out there. You want something better? You want something new? Do it. Put yourself out there. Force yourself into an ending. Time for the comeback. This is a new way of life. And just like my friend, on Facebook, it's like, this is a new way of life. You're not used to it. It's definitely not Brooklyn, New York. Hell, you're not used to this world anyways, thanks to COVID. This is a whole new world, and it is scary, and it terrifies you, and you feel very vulnerable, but it's going to be okay. You made a good choice, a healthy choice, and healthy choices are often the hardest to make. And she made a very good choice at kind of kicking her brother out, who I guess she found out could have been doing drugs. She didn't want that in her house. And possibly coming down with COVID. So she was like, bye, go. I have kids. I can't have you around here. That's a healthy choice. And it was a painful one to make. But again, what is Ketu forcing her to look at? Look at your brother. You moved out there for a druggy brother and his druggy girlfriend who you thought was suffering from cancer. What does that say about you? That you're enabling, and the people you keep company with are not good people. What does it say about your biker club gang who all have problems and unhealthy relationships? What does that say about you? Unhealthy choices, unhealthy relationships. It's time to change for the better. And I think if you follow your heart, which is what you're doing, you're on the right path. You're on the right track. So if you ever want to get balanced and not freak out in this very difficult time of moving on and letting go, Leo energy, right? Having courage, letting go of someone or something, get grounded, follow your heart. And that's the message from Leo. Follow your heart, because it will guide you. It will. It's time to get out of this. Anyways, guys, that is the reading for today. This was for Aries, Taurus, and Gemini. Maybe markers can timestamp it. Thank you so much. This was a reading in regards to the Rahu Ketu transit that's going to be happening in September. And it lasts 18 months, so this is kind of an overview of what's going to be going on per moon and rising sign. This is not going to really relate to the sun sign of somebody, but more align their moon and rising. Okay, that's the Vedic we're focusing on. If you missed the intro to this reading, please check back at the beginning so you can get basically what all this was all about. If you want this reading to make any sense, you should go back to the beginning. I know it's a long video, but it's a lot of astrology and tarot involved, messages from above, and things that can kind of make sense with what you're going through right now. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you, Gemini moon risings. Thank you, Taurus moon risings. And thank you, Aries moon and risings. I look forward to doing the other signs. Later, I will come on and we'll be doing Cancer, Leo, and Virgo, which would be very exciting to see what's going on in the transits and how that's affecting you. And I wish you all the best. So stay tuned, like and subscribe if you haven't already, so you can catch up with the other lives for the other rising and moons. And I hope these readings were truthful for you. If it doesn't resonate, it's not supposed to talk about your past. It's not supposed to talk about what's happening right now. All of these readings were really supposed to talk about what's to come with this Rahu Ketu transit. So keep that in mind when watching these videos. But if they did ring true for what you're going through right now, that's good. Because for a lot of you guys, this already started about 30 days ago. This transit started transitioning you into this. So I'm pretty sure a lot of this has already begun happening for you. But that's it. I love you guys. Have a blessed, beautiful day. Remember, this is a love journey. It's a life journey. It's not a destination point, none of these readings. It's just a journey, so keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Title of my, YouTube. Love and light to all of you guys. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you later. Bye, guys. Bye. And if you guys are interested in readings, go to jks1111.com. If you're interested in joining my tarot class, please go there as well. It starts in January. Payments are available through Venmo, or you can pay it straight out through online. All right. I love you guys. Bye.